The following podcast contains strong language and alternative facts. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter at Heel Podcast. Over the airwaves and under the influence, we are Turning Heel.
Let's get the shindig started. Hello and welcome to another episode of the Turning Heel podcast with me, the Griz. And don't fret, I do have someone with me today. Let's boom back up. It's Robbie the Robot.
Hello. I told you it's not going away.
Nope. That's the Robbie the Robot theme now. Now that I've now installed you with jumping action.
Mm-hmm. And booby jiggling motions.
Look at them jiggly jigglies.
It's like Tomb Raider, the very first Tomb Raider, where they could make her boobs move, and everyone's like, "Whoa, her boobs move!"
Yes, you can't beat titty physics. That's all you need in games these days.
Yep. Let my boobies go.
Let the pigeons loose.
Oh, fuck it! Oh, I love that. Used to love when Taz would say that.
Oh yeah, it was a sing-along like every week.
It was great. It was fantastic.
Well, after our kind of short hiatus due to work commitments, and my attempt at a one-man episode, we are back, and we have quite the plethora to talk about today. So we'll be hitting on NXT and AEW from last week and the Rebellion pay-per-view from this weekend. We'll also kind of just have a quick, kind of go over the go-home show, as there wasn't much to that whatsoever. So that one will be brief. But, as they say somewhere, probably, let's get down to it. So we'll kickstart with last Tuesday's NXT, a week to the day, as NXT for this week will be airing later today. So better get this up quickly. Remember me when you're listening back to this. So, okay, we kind of spoke just before we started there about new Kyle O'Reilly. So before we get into it, why don't you give us your thoughts on new Kyle O'Reilly?
They're the exact same thoughts as what I have for old Kyle O'Reilly. He's just amazing. Deal with it.
Yeah, because I felt like it was weird that he came out looking so happy. I mean, to an extent, I can understand why he finally took apart his old nemesis, but I don't know if it should be that kind of thing where he should still be looking over his shoulder in the future, but he comes out, kind of says, he's in a good mood because he's put away Kyle, and then he says, I like this. I like being away from Kyle. I like it a lot. And it's like, there's a dated reference.
Well, at least it wasn't like one of the trans comments from that film. It was.
I suppose so.
So.
Yeah, talk about movies that didn't fucking age well. Weesh.
Well, it's a good film until the end.
Maybe that's what they should do, is just try and refilm it somehow. Make it release the Snyder cut of it.
What you have to do is just edit out all the people vomiting.
Yeah, potentially. She was a man the whole time, and then that's it. I mean, actually, that line still probably doesn't go over very well, but
No. Oh, Finkel is Einhorn now. Okay, cool. The end. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
oh yeah. Well,
But he done 2 film references during his wee promo.
yeah, I'm trying to see if I caught the other one.
You might not have, because it wasn't what he said, it was what he was doing.
Okay. So was this before or after Cameron came out?
After Grimy Grimes came out.
Right. Well, we'll rifle through it and we'll see if I've got it in the old note skis here. So Kyle then sort of goes on to say that he needed a killer instinct to succeed, and he found that at Takeover in the match with Cole. Then he questions whether or not to go for the North American or the NXT title. Although I feel like he's already alluded to that kinda. We'll see how that goes from there. So then he gets interrupted by Grimy. Grimy says that he's won a lot on DraftKings by betting on Kyle O'Reilly.
I'd really need this to be a team. They got my hopes up.
Oh no, they really did. Especially when Grimy says, "Oh man, we could be a team and we can go to the and Kyle joins in. Oh yeah, to the moon."
But say when he done that though, I kind of went, right, okay, he's ripping the piss out of him because he said it with such like a sort of geeky voice.
Mm-hmm. But then Grimes was like, "Yeah, that's right, you get it." And then Kyle calls him Grimy, which amused me highly because it's only us that call him Grimy. Then he mentions stonks, which is like my favorite word right now. Then he also mentions stonks.
Is that supposed to be like stocks or stacks?
Yeah, stocks.
Ah.
I'm going to invest in stonks.
All right, okay. Is that what the kids call it?
Yes. It's this stupid meme of just like, it's like a mannequin in a suit and it's just like stonks. It's just next to like one of those like kind of wavy board things, like with the giant arrow that's kind of like up and then it goes down a bit, then it goes way up and it's like stonks.
Yeah, the graph.
Yeah. Then Kyle O'Reilly brings up doggy coins, which are the Doge coins, which I think is meant to. I think that's meant to. It's a real thing apparently, but I think it's meant to be like the kind of new cryptocurrency that is meant to be rivaling Bitcoin.
No, so when they actually said doggy coins, I thought it'd be like coins with dogs on them.
Well, Doge the dog, they are his coins, so they probably would have Doge on it. You don't know Doge?
I literally don't know nothing.
Oh, you don't know Doge?
No.
I think
touch my currency.
I think like Doge is. I'm pretty sure he's the dog that you see in memes where you tell like a really shit joke and then you have the photo of that dog with his jaw slapped, like ah.
Ah, right. Oh, is that him?
I think he's Doge.
Oh, he's a cutie.
Then Kyle says, oh, okay, well, I'm looking for my first opponent. Then he starts looking all around the arena, turns around to Grimes, it's like, oh, no, not you, we're business partners. So then Grimes just starts mouthing off at people at ringside. It's like, oh, yeah, you want to take on Kyle O'Reilly? And then he's just looking around and goes, oh, no, wait, it is you. And then pops Grimy in the face.
And you've missed it.
And I've clearly missed the reference. So, what was the other reference?
While Cameron Grimes is going, who's going to fight Kyle O'Reilly? Is it you? Is it you? Did you see Kyle O'Reilly fucking about with his glasses?
I suppose it did a bit, yeah.
Taking them off, looking at Grimes, putting them back on, still looking at Grimes, taking them off with Grimes, putting them back on. It was a They Live reference when Roddy Piper puts on the sunglasses and sees aliens.
Yeah.
And he's like, what the fuck? He's like, that's you! Bang!
He should have just said something like, an alien! So they're going to go one-on-one later on in the evening. Saray makes her way into the CWC for the first time as Zoe Stark comes up.
How do you say it? Because I heard about 3 different pronunciations.
Her NXT name is pronounced Saray, as far as I'm aware.
Because I heard Sari, I heard Surrey, I heard Saray.
Yeah, I think Sari is how they pronounce her old Japanese name, but the way that they pronounce it in NXT now is Saray. It's because she's like a ray of sunshine. So she comes to the CWC for the first time with Zoe Stark coming up and asking to be Saray's first match. And it is booked, so Saray versus Zoe Stark later on tonight. Then again, LA Knight promo where he talks about being ganged up on in the Eliminator and then calls out Lumis before their match, which is where we go straight into with LA Knight taking on Dexter Lumis. Well, I mean, it kind of goes to show the fact that I barely have any notes in the match other than anything that involves Indy Hartwell.
Yeah, Indy Hartwell was basically the star of the show this week.
Oh yeah, it's amazing how brilliant she's become, because I gotta admit I very much nothinged her when she first showed up in NXT.
Yeah,
until she joined the way.
Yeah, she was nothing. She didn't look special. I know that sounds really horrible to say, but there was nothing really about it that sort of stood out.
Well, look, all of her gear was just bland, plain gear. It didn't even have like designs or anything like that on it. It was just black top, black trousers, or black shorts, whatever the fuck you want to call it, and then that was it. So,
but her gear was better than somebody else's that we'll get on to way further down the line.
Yeah. So there was one part in this match though that was pretty entertaining, was when Lumis starts scaring LA Knight by like leaning down on all fours, getting in his face, and then LA Knight starts to back up and then backs up and crotches himself on the ring post. Both are fighting outside, and then Indy pops up. Then she kind of like walks to because they were split by the cage at ringside, so they kind of walk to meet each other where the part of the cage isn't, and then Indy falls, and it was like, was that really happen, or did she just trip over something?
I imagine she tripped over like someone's bag or something, but they recovered really quickly, because I think it was Beth that went, "Oh, look, she's just head over heels for Lumis." Yeah,
that was a great line, and the way that, like, obviously, as we're kind of saying, the way that Indy is sort of a bit of a look now anyway, I feel like it just worked that bit better with the character, that she's like, no! Like, trying to be like all cute and, oh, look at me. Oh, I just fell over a bag. Quick, brush my hair back. Oh, does it still look good? Yeah, okay. So Lumis is sent back in the ring as Knight starts mouthing off to Indy. Lumis dives over the top with a club to the back. And then Indy's still watching as Dexter Lumis kind of takes his eye off the ball by climbing back in the ring. Knight connects with a sort of front neck breaker and gets the victory. And then Indy then jumps up on the apron, and they're just about to do it. They're just about to smooch. And then the way come and they drag her away.
That big dope, Austin Theory, getting in the way of love.
Stop in the name of love. Leo Rush got a promo saying that he's done playing games and he's been pushed too far, and says that the ball is now in Swear's court as to where we go from here.
For a minute there, I thought you said Leo Rush.
I wish. They would kind of be a decent tag team, Leon and Leo Rush. I wouldn't mind that.
I quite like that. Patent it. Trademark it.
Do it. Beth has an interview with Io Shirai, where Io says that she's asked, so what's next for Io Shirai? And she's like, well, I do want to get my championship back, but what's next for Io Shirai is rest.
I'm half a four.
I don't fucking blame you, Hen. Especially that last match with the fucking shebang off the scout of the stage. I don't blame you for wanting the...
Just even the power bomb on the floor, just the dun.
The thud, aye.
But I love this wee interview and the wee bits. It kind of reminded me of you and me.
What way?
Well, you being EO.
Yes.
You talk gibberish. It's very much. I like cats.
Well, speaking of cats, a tiny dog runs in over the table, and Beth's like, "Oh, dog!" And then Frankie walks in, scoots up little Floofer. She says that she's been a fan of Beth ever since little Floof was a kitten.
No, she said since she was a child. And Beth was kind of like, fuck you. You've just called me old.
She definitely mentioned like the dog being a kitten as well. Unless she meant herself. As
No,
like
she said I've watched you since I was a kid.
Maybe I just completely misheard that. Like, because I thought like the whole joke was meant to be she's an idiot and thinks that like a young dog is called a kitten and not a puppy.
Oh, no, she can't be an idiot right now because there's too many. We have reached our quota on lovable buffoons.
Yeah, and then, because then the kind of thing at the end was kind of like, why would they bring up cats twice in one promo? So maybe I just completely fucking misheard that sentence. But then she turns around to Io and says, oh, while you're taking your break, I'll fill your shoes, because, to be honest, mine's are better anyway. Then Io says something.
That's me?
Your gutties, you would have said, though.
Aye. My gutties, my sannies.
Then Io says something in Japanese, which I would probably attempt to do and fail miserably at.
Well, I done it earlier for you. I went, I translate that to Griz drunken gibberish.
I don't know whether or not I should be offended. Then Frankie says, I don't understand what you said. And then Io just stands up and goes, I like cats. And then storms off.
I loved it. It was fucking great.
Yeah, and it sets up for a nice little feud when Io comes back from her minor hiatus. If she comes back, granted. Because I feel like there could also be potential of this maybe be her like swan song.
Frankie's just set herself up for so many different fucking feuds already, and she's only been on television for 2 weeks.
I know. It's quite great, actually.
The way that she's done it has been very clever and very smart.
Then we cut to the ring, and Britt Zango are there.
Ugh. The only reason this annoyed me is because I think they done it because the Prince Philip thing.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if this would be perceived as a...
Like, you could look at it as they're ripping the piss out Grizzled Young Vets, or it was like a sort of a wee shout out to that guy that died.
Old man dies and the world stood still.
That's what it fucking felt like.
Yeah. Drake comes off the top and favours his knee at one point. This allows Gibble to come in and thumb Zango in the eye while the ref checks on Drake. Blah, blah, blah. Wrestle. Grizzle Young Vets hit the ticket to Mayhem on Tyler Breeze, and it is over. It was a very nothing match. And now, all of a sudden, Breezango are literally just your resident tag team jobbers and do not matter anymore.
Back to where they were before.
Exactly. I thought that was the whole point of them going to NXT, was for them to not have to do this shit anymore.
I love Breezango, but I think it's time they went their separate ways.
Are you saying enough is enough and it's time for a change?
I want to see the Tyler Breeze that we saw when Fandango was injured and he was competing for the Cruiserweight Championship and stuff like that. That Tyler Breeze is fucking great.
And the North American title as well?
Yeah, I think that's the one I meant.
I feel like did he not wrestle for the Cruiserweight title? There's an indie view backstage, but the way interrupt again.
I love you, but you're making it very hard.
Have you ever played EWR?
You just said like half the alphabet there. I have no idea.
Well, if you don't know what EWR means, then that means you've not played it. It was an old kind of wrestling booking game. And one of the things, like sometimes, because obviously you're like the promoter, you put on the matches and all that kind of jazz. And if you book somebody too many times on a show, they say they send you an email saying, like, the infamous line of, "Oh, I think I'm being used on TV too much. The fans are starting to resent me." And it sounds as if that's like the exact kind of thing that's on your your opinion right now.
No, I was getting pissed off at the wafer keep getting interrupting Indy.
Oh, right. Okay, I completely mistook that then.
No. I love the whole thing. It's not that I don't like the way you get involved. It's like, oh, come on. We want to hear it.
Just let her be happy.
Exactly.
Bronson Reed then shows up and he's like, "What, do you not love?" And then Reed also says that he's still keeping an eye on the North American title. Theory calls Gargano Papa John. And then says the only way you're going to get another title shot is if you beat me. To then Johnny Gargano getting upset and calling everybody cuckoo bananas. And then we'll fill back in with him shortly as Grimy is interviewed, and he says that he's got himself a Bulls NFT. I still don't understand what an NFT is. I know, they're just all the rage now recently.
Is it like a video clip that you like own or something?
Yeah. An ownable GIF that's worth thousands of fucking dollars.
So like if MD wants to like use it or anything, it's like, no, you need to pay me to use it or whatever.
I know, do you get royalties from it?
Yeah.
I wish someone would explain this more.
Yes, because when I looked it up on Google to see what it meant, there's still not really much information.
Yeah. So Grimes then gets given a letter that says, "Oh well, after the auction was finished, we got a higher bid, and we couldn't resist taking that bid. So the new highest bidder was Ted DiBiase."
This was good. See how Grimes?
Mm-hmm.
He needs to change his catchphrase now because where he's going is way past the moon. He's getting into a different fucking galaxy.
Seems as if he's going into the sun.
He is a fucking supernova.
Not the champagne supernova, though.
Well, fine then. He's a Milky Way. The Milky Way.
Oh. Like the red car that eats everything he sees.
Yes.
You know, it's one of the most confusing things ever.
What, the red car and blue car had a race?
Well, other than that, like, what's the word I'm trying to say? Anthropomorphic cars, I think that was it. Driving down and one of them is eating everything. That's bizarre enough as it is. But in America, they have Milky Ways, but they're not the UK Milky Ways. Like, American Milky Ways are Mars bars.
So what, Mars bars?
They don't have them. Or by proxy, they don't have what we deem a Milky Way.
That's a mind fuck.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like that.
It's so weird because that's literally what it is. Like, you buy a Milky Way in America and it's everything that is what makes a Mars bar. So by proxy, they don't have what we call Milky Ways in America at all. Like the fluffy little whatever the fuck is in them.
Clouds. It is clouds wrapped in chocolate.
Great. I'm not even a massive Milky Way fan, but I've said the name so many goddamn times. I want one now.
It's lost all meaning.
It really has. So, I am going to fill up the beverage. Obviously, I will still be with you here in spirit and through my ear hole. But where did you see the Ted DiBiase Grammy feud going through this? Because what I was kind of thinking was, do you think that they might get fucking Ted Jr. back for a match?
Absolutely not. No way, no ma'am, no how. See how if they just keep, you don't even need to have DiBiase on television, old one or junior. See if you just have them getting like quick like updates where it's like, oh, I've just bought this, and then he gets like a wee sort of note or an email, and it's like, hi, yeah, we're really sorry, we got a better offer. And if he just keeps fucking him over, then you can maybe have him like show up like once as like the payoff.
Yeah, just have him finally outsmart Ted DiBiase. But I get it, Ted DiBiase. I outsmarted you. This is mine now.
I know he's not in good health.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's incredibly disappointing. I didn't want to know that part of it.
He's a prick anyway. A big, massive pricky prick.
How so?
He's a born-again Christian.
Ah.
So he no like me, so I don't like him. Fuck him.
Okay, fair. Can I argue with those kind of results?
No.
So we move on to the debut of Sunny. As she takes on Zoe Stark. So here we go. Saray comes out to the ring with her sweet ass entrance, her banging new theme, and her lovely wee face. So Saray locks in the Mutalock early on, but Starks gets to the ropes quickly. Starks gets her legs taken out from under her and her face bounces off the apron at one point. There's two insane drop kicks and a fishy suplex from Saray for 2. Starks hits a half Nelson suplex and the running knee for 2. Starks then attempts her 450, but no dice as Saray then counters with a roll-up for 2, but Stark then gets out, has a spinning kick, then a spinning heel kick, a forearm, and a reverse Nagata-style suplex. I said Stark when I meant Saray. Spinning heel kick, forearm, and reverse Nagata-style suplex puts Starks away. That was the shit. And Saray, she's here.
Aye, she is.
She's been under contract for WWE for over a year at this point, and like I don't know, I feel like this was good to have Saray come in against a good competitor as opposed to having a squash match. Because I feel like this is what was needed from her, was to have a good performance in her debut.
Yeah, because nothing really clicked for me until like the last 5 minutes of the match with Sari.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, oh, here's a right. If this comes across as racist, I apologise in advance because it's not meant to be that way, right? But here comes another Japanese lady wrestler with one of these silly nicknames. Oh, it's the Empress of Tomorrow. Oh, it's the Genius of the Sky. Oh, it's the Pirate Princess. Now it's the Warrior of the Sun.
Well, I did not even notice that. They do all have nicknames.
Right.
Yep.
Then we get the clinky clunky music. Could you maybe not give her something that's not clinky clunky?
Plinky plunky.
You've done with Io, like you've done with Asuka, like you've done with Kairi.
Asuka's isn't that plinky plunky, but
no, I said don't give her plinky plunky.
Yeah, I'm saying like Asuka's isn't very plinky plunky.
Asuka's isn't plinky plunky. Neither's Kairi's. Neither's Io's. So why is it Sari's getting plinky plunky? She might as well come out to the fucking Kai and Tai theme music.
Oh. I mean, I don't know. I like the theme music personally. I think it, but and then also there was the badass entrance where like all of the smoke and then it all kind of like whoosh, and then she was kind of there in the sunbeams. I don't know. I think it was
after watching the match, I can see her worth. She's very very good, but maybe just a wee quick repackaging, in my opinion.
Maybe the case of Io with her, like, because Io didn't start getting good until she turned heel.
Well, I mean, Io was always good, but she just was missing something.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I meant. Like, she was always good in ring, but it wasn't until she turned heel and got that edge, that new character, that really took her to the heights of her being the women's champion for nearly a year.
Agreed. And Zoe Starks has done very well as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She's glad for the watching and knowing the bad way.
Yeah. She's definitely like right now jobber to the stars. But she's good at it. So I'm not going to take that from her.
Couldn't even call her a jobber though after she beat Toni Storm.
I suppose. Yeah. Well, speaking of which, Saray and Starks hug after the match, and then like you kind of see Stark like whisper something in Saray's ear, and I think she was telling her to turn around to the hard camera and pose, because Saray just kind of had her back to the hard cam the whole time, and then you see Zoe go, and then she just quickly just went, ah.
Ta-da!
It's me. And I was like, let me see that wee face. There we go. Hi, Saray. Then Stark starts to make her way up the apron. This is when Toni Storm makes herself known and attacks Starks on the ramp. So yeah, it doesn't look like this is done between them two.
Nope.
Big Gonzo interview up next.
Yeah, Gonzo.
Where they bring up that Io was beaten so bad she has to take time off. Kai then says that Mercedes Martinez wants a title match, and she says, well, I want to go to Hogwarts and study witchcraft and wizardry, but we all don't get what we want. It's like, nerd.
She is, but that's why I like her.
She's
agreed. Very good. Even though Gonzo's the champion, she's mouthing off as if she has as well.
Yeah, I like that kind of way that this package has stayed together. There's not been a rift between them, just because Gonzo, because it is that whole thing of Kai brought Gonzo in to NXT, and now Gonzo's the champion, where Kai's now the background character, and so the dynamic of the two of them is completely shifted.
Yeah,
but
it is.
Instead of just trying to break them up, they're keeping them together, and now it works in a different way.
Yeah, it's very much like the Shawn Michaels Diesel relationship. Once Diesel won the Intercontinental title, Shawn was kind of in the background, and Diesel was your main guy.
And they do still complement each other really well, and it works purely because of what's going to happen next week. Kai says that, you just set them up and I'll knock them all down one by one. And then Mercedes has a promo a little bit later on in the show where she says, oh, Gonzo, are you ducking me? And then she says that Gonzo's still living in the shadow of Dakota Kai. So Mercedes Martinez will take out Kai to get to Gonzo, so there's nobody else standing in the way. And this is what's perfect for Kai. Is she's the middle woman between Gonzo and the rest of the division.
Operation Human Shield.
Yes, that one. Ugh. So after that, go on.
I was going to say, let's not go into that any further.
No. Those that get the reference, get the reference. After that, Indy and Candice, they're backstage. They start talking about the tag titles again, and how Indy is always distracted by boys. And Indy's like, Dexter's not a boy, he's a man.
A big, sexy man.
Then Candice walks away, and you just see Indy in the background go, huh? And then she just wanders off in the opposite direction. And then
Dexter Loomis was through the door.
Yeah.
Up behind the glass, and she's like, bye. Hello,
chocolate pudding. Candice then bumps into the tag team champions, and she starts mouthing off to them, and they're like, yeah, you in what army? And then they're like, maybe you should ask Indy what she thinks about this. And so Candice kind of turns around and is like, yeah, Indy, what do you... Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh,
it's just,
fuck.
Then she's kind of like, maybe I'll come back later. And then Ember and Shotzi just kidnap her.
They committed a felony?
Well, but... Kushida has his open challenge for the Cruiserweight Championship, which was answered by Oni Lorcan.
Did they not have time to get ready this week?
I was going to say, Kushida, you forgot your shoes.
And he ran out in his pants again? WTF?
What's happening, bro? I'm getting worried. He's coming out with less and less clothes every week. Next week he'll come out without knee pads. Then next week he'll come out in a fucking Tozawa-style G-string.
That's what I'm thinking, He's going to come out with a budgie smuggler on.
I'm getting a bit worried.
I mean, Kushida, you're a good-looking guy, but I don't want to see that much of you.
Not leaving much to the imagination.
I know my imagination's filthy. You're killing the dream.
also, I feel like the whole not wearing shoes thing did not work for Kushida because he was slipping around that fucking mat, something awful.
I think it's because I think he's trying to go for like a more MMA look.
Yeah, well, because they brought up his MMA record on commentary because he's apparently 8-0, so he was pretty good at it. So, what did that shock you? Shock you into silence? Did you not? Did you get cut off there or something?
Did you not hear that?
No, it says they brought up his MMA thing and he's 8-0, and then you just kind of shrugged at the camera, and that was.
I got a wee pop up here in the bottom of my screen saying, "Are you having bother with your audio?" And then it just kind of went. That's what happened to me.
Wow.
I apologize. Sorry for those listening wearing headphones or earbuds or earpods.
Yeah, because I'm not that technically minded enough to know how to turn that bit down. So, yep, we're running on a raw base these days.
When Kushida started in NXT and he was doing the hoverboard lock, they were calling it the Sakuraba lock. When did it change back to the hoverboard lock in NXT?
I feel like it wasn't too. I think maybe on his return.
Right.
Like I feel like it was kind of around that time because, well, I always just knew it was a hoverboard lock, so maybe it was kind of that thing where I didn't notice.
Yeah, that's what he called it in New Japan.
Yeah.
NXT, he named it after Sakuraba because that's how to do a lot of that style of wrestling.
Yeah, the MMA thing. MMA guy. Also, now I'm getting feedback from myself coming through your thing. That's gone now. Yay. Yeah, as I said, they bring up like Kushida's 8-0 in MMA, so he was fairly decent at it, which was the whole New Japan thing back in the day of to prove that wrestlers were tough. They would make them do MMAs. Like Shinsuke, he has an MMA record.
That was an Inoki thing.
Yeah. But Kushida as well. I think who else has one? Obviously Sakuraba has one. Hence why he was brought up.
A lot of them will have, like a lot of guys will have it, like Takayama.
Didn't Nagata have one?
Yes, Nagata has one.
Obviously Suzuki as well.
But Suzuki, they started their own thing in like the early 90s. Where it was like a straight up mix of shoot, fight, wrestling. Was
that IGF?
Yeah, it was something like that. It was before Pancrase.
Mm-hmm.
I'm reading Eggshells just now where they talk about that a wee bit.
Yeah. The good accompaniment to the podcast. It wasn't really much to the actual match though, sadly. Lorcan hits the uppercut. They used the pin Finn Balor, so that had me biting for a second, but he only gets 2. Kushida with the baseball punch takes out the arm of Lorcan, locks the hoverboard lock, and only Lorcan taps out. Then Phantasma comes out to attack Kushida till MSK come in and make the save.
Did they not congratulate him for beating him last week? The week before?
I feel like kind of, but like a lot of that seems to happen at times in wrestling where it's like, oh, congratulations, you beat me. And then they show up next week and go like, no, you know what? I'm actually still mad at that. Fuck you.
Because when I seen the rest of Legado de Fantasma show up, I thought maybe he would say, what are you doing, you pair of bastards? Fuck off. Leave me alone. I'll deal with it myself. But no, it was
It was a setup.
Druggy McDruglord at his best.
I own a private island. Do you want to host a festival there?
Do you know who else owned a private island?
Please don't. The way you're backstage yet again. Theory explains what happened with Reed because he mentioned he had spoken to Regal and says, "Oh yeah, well I can beat Reed, and so if Reed can beat me again, like he'll get a shot at Gargano's title." And then Gargano's like, "But he beat you last week. Why would you go and do that?" And he's like, "Oh yeah." Then Candice walks in, all beat up, and they're like, "What the hell happened to you?" Then Indy runs in, and she's like, "Oh, I saw him. He's like, "Oh, you better not be talking about Dexter Lumis again." And she's like, "Well, I did see him as well, but I spoke to Regal, and I've got us a tag team title match." And so they all started to celebrate, and they all kind of wandered off. And then Candice was just sitting there slumped in a chair like, fuck my life.
Because she looked like a fucking Picasso paint. Ember and Shotzi fucked her up.
Yeah, she looked like the painting from Bean the movie.
Oh. That's a deep cut.
Yeah, Whistler's mother. Then we go into a match that was about the equivalent of that as well, as Everrise took on Imperium. A match that was purely just there for story purposes, as Dane comes out to get in Wolf's face, then Drake comes out and starts attacking Wolf. For Dane to then stop Drake and be like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And then scoops up Drake and then takes him away. Imperium win with the uppercut spine buster. Who cares?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. O'Reilly makes his way to the stage for his main event match. And Cross and Scarlett are waiting. Oh man, this would have been a perfect time to wear my newly purchased Karrion Kross t-shirt.
Oh.
Yes. My first
t-shirts without me?
Yeah, it was discounted and then had a further 25% off. And so the t-shirt worked out $11 and I was like, no, fuck it.
It's not the new one, is it?
No, it's quite an old one. It's just the hourglass, and then it just kind of says TikTok, you're done, or something like that on it. So it's very, very basic. But it was like, yeah, well, you can get a Karrion Kross t-shirt for cheap. Yeah, may not be his best one, but at least I now have one.
I really like the new one. The new one's cool. And Kyle O'Reilly, hurry up and get a t-shirt out.
Let me have a look at the new Karrion Kross one. Because, safe to say, he's the guy. He's my guy.
They're both my guys. All three of them are my guys. That is a video I would watch the shit out of.
Hell, I would even take just Scarlett and Kross. I'd be willing to have to see Kross naked if I meant to see Scarlett, but that's another story for a different time.
You take the good, you take the bad.
You put them together, and then you have a sexy porno.
I was trying to come up with something clever, but I blanked.
Doesn't seem to be your day today.
It's not. I have a cold.
Yes, the slow.
If I sound a bit more masculine, then that's what it is.
Oh no, I'm losing my sexy phlegm. There's a lot of that in this episode.
Yeah. me making unnecessary noises.
Yeah, he sounded a lot like Aaliyah from last week.
Oh, she deserved it.
I know, but Jesus, those fucking noises had me worried for a second that Cap was going to like walk in like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, that fucking thing. That got me once on the fucking bus, by the way.
I hate those fucking videos because then what I do is I just show people my phone going, look, it's not porn, it's a video with porn background.
Mm-hmm.
I got gotted. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Yeah.
Because I just want to hide it and move it on. Folk looking in the lad, dirty bastard.
I know, like the one time it happened on a bus, I just like done that whole thing where I over exaggeratedly went laugh. Oh, for fuck's sake!
Play it up, people will know you're not actually watching Bajingo videos.
I know, and it's either that or you should just lean into it and go, "Oh yeah, she's getting fucking nailed, yes."
He must be a joiner because he's nailing her good.
So the card for next week, Dakota Kai versus Mercedes Martinez. Bronson Reed takes on Austin Theory. Kushida and MSK take on Phantasma. All set next week. And if you fucking watch Raw, you've seen the advert for the Phantasma match about 18 fucking times.
Well, at least they're hyping the shit out of it, which is good. They're actually saying, look, we have good wrestling too.
Honestly, like, the shit on Raw and SmackDown recently has been fucking nearly unbearable. Not the actual show itself, it's all the other shit in between. The show after WrestleMania, they were building up Cesaro, obviously getting his first like major win and all that hoopla, and they showed the UFO literally about 8 times in the span of that hour and a half show, not including adverts.
Well, that'll probably make up for the time that they've cut from WrestleMania now on the network and on DVD and Blu-ray.
Yeah, because they've cut the promos at the beginning.
That was a really unique selling point for that show.
I know, I don't understand.
It's the most unique beginning to a WrestleMania they've ever had. I mean, it is the first one to be delayed due to the weather.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just keep it in? I know the promos and that weren't exactly fucking great and top notch, but
Hey, some of them I would argue were better than your usual because they were off the cuff.
Yep, because they had to use their own words instead of what's being fed to them.
Drew's promo was awesome because just for that one line where after Lashley and MVP left, he's like, "Oh no, you stand over here so that I don't have my back to them," and it was just like that was a brilliant little like off the cuff bit.
It's clever wee things like that, yeah. It's going to annoy me now when my niece and my nephews get me WrestleMania for Christmas this year. That none of that will be on it.
Yeah. It will be there in our hearts.
And on certain boat websites.
Yeah, carrysane.com. Carrybay. So we get into our main event. Kyle O'Reilly takes on Cameron Grimes.
Yes, they did.
One of the best parts was during the match, they brought up that Grimes wanted to buy the IP for Undisputed Era. And then Wade says, "Oh, I've got some core IP that I could sell them and get them off my hands."
Yep.
Oh, man, bringing up the core. Oh, man, that was the best. Popped hard for that.
It could have went one better and said League of Nations.
I feel like that would probably be Sheamus that owns the IP for that.
Aye, but like what I mean is factions that Wade Barrett's been in that are shitter than the core. And that's something.
Yeah, it really is. Well, obviously saying that, it just makes me think of what Lucha Underground Season 5 could have been.
Oh, don't get me started. But we have some more news, actually.
Oh?
MLW changing channels.
Yep, they're on Vice now.
Yep.
Or going to be on Vice.
Selena De La Renta got a call from El Jefe.
Mm-hmm.
And El Jefe no happy.
Uh-oh.
So he might be coming soon. And it better be who I think it is. Because if not, I'm just going to give up with MLW, just like that.
And who do you think it is?
I hope that it's Dario Cueto.
Oh my god.
And
it has to be.
And if it's not Dario Cueto, then fuck them. Because in the very last episode of Lucha Underground, Aerostar resurrected him.
Yes. Yeah, it was one of those things where it's like, a lot happened in that last episode, and it was like, you can still go with a lot of that.
Last episode.
Hmm?
Everything happened in that last episode. Dario Cueto was resurrected. Matanza was murdered. Pentagon won back the Lucha Underground Championship from Marty the Moth.
Only to get screwed out of the belt again by the gift of the gods.
Yep. Jake Strong. Technically your current Lucha Underground champion.
They should just start running that in AEW. And then Kenny Omega can win that bit.
We'll get there.
So O'Reilly hits locks in the guillotine, hits a big knee at the face of Gramey, but Gramey practically no-sells it and then hits that weird spinning slammy that he does for 2. Gramey attempts a cave-in but gets a big boot for his troubles. Brainbuster by O'Reilly hits the King Kong knee. Kyle O'Reilly gets the victory. What was a pretty insane little match between the two of them, and really starting to prove that Gramey ain't just an entertaining fucking gimmick. He's, well, not that we didn't know that before, but Gramey is the shit when it comes to wrestling.
He's more than comedy.
So I can appreciate that.
We've known for a while that he's very charismatic and very entertaining. And if you watched Impact in 2014, 15, 16, 17, you'll know that he is a good wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
And he's still very young. Very,
very young. Yeah, because when he was in Impact, he didn't have much of a gimmick for the most part. He was just...
It was the caveman. It was the Carolina caveman.
But that didn't really live up to much. I feel like the most kind of interview time that he had was when he had the Cult of Lee.
Yeah, or when he was part of the Helms Dynasty and they were taking part in Tag Team Apocalypto.
Yeah.
Where him and Andrew Everett would get some wee skits here and there. He never really got the opportunity to show his charisma and his funny bone.
Well, he's getting the show in spades now, so...
Stonks and stonks.
Stonks upon stonks upon stonks, and apparently betting as well for DraftKings.
But next week we'll be talking about Trading 212.
Yeah, I mean, I totally know what that is, but for people that might not, tell the peeps what that means.
It is an annoying advert you get when you watch YouTube videos.
Ah, maybe I've not got that one yet.
I get it all the time.
I just constantly have Vintage right now. It does my boxing.
Speaking of does your boxing.
Things that don't do my boxing are AEW Dynamite. As we kickstart the action, I want to say hot, but was going into it hot, and then kind of something clearly happened in this match as Ricky Starks took on Hangman per interview etiquette page.
What do you mean?
That was his lower third this week.
I didn't even notice that. I was like, who the fuck says that he's got poor interview etiquette? He answered a question.
Well, I suppose he didn't technically answer the question that was asked, so maybe that was it.
He did. I heard Alex Marvez say, how's John Silver getting on? I never heard him say anything about the Elite. Because who gives a fuck about the Elite?
The Elite do.
Now I want to hear more about Dark Order.
Yeah, me too. Definitely.
He gave the people what they want. He's kind of like he's kind of like my best friend.
Yeah, so I think Starks genuinely hurt himself during this match because very early on he started to favour his like sort of Achilles, and everything that seemed to go on after this, like Starks tried to not use his feet at all. Like there was a part where Page goes for a brainbuster and Starks like didn't even like jump. He just kind of like got hoofed up by Page. He was moving slowly, trying to climb the corner turnbuckle at one point. But then like he started to manage hitting moves like the spear. He attempted the Rochambeau that gets countered into the Deadeye, which got countered. Hangman then locks in like a sort of head and ankle submission, which was kind of a combination of both Moxley and Jungle Boy's submission maneuvers. And Starks taps out.
I never noticed anything off with Starks. I was kind of like half paying attention to this match, but everything I seen looked really good.
I know it was weird, like maybe because I mean as I say, with the brainbuster like happened almost right after like he was clutching at his sort of Achilles, so maybe like that was the kind of point where he was just like, right, just like we'll see how we go. But I can't help but feel as if like this match slowed down in comparison to what I was expecting it to be. There was something off about it. I don't know, but I want to know if it was a legitimate injury or not. Is the kind of thing I want to sort of see, because there was a part later on where Team Taz were out again and he wasn't there. So it made me wonder if maybe Starks was just trying to gut through the rest of this match, and that's why they kind of done the ending that they did with the submission, or I don't know. Or maybe it was just incredibly good selling and I'm just being suckered in like a total mark.
Well, according to Fightful, he landed on his neck during the match.
Yes, there was a part where he kind of like tried to jump over Hangman and then didn't go all the way over and just landed kind of on like the top of his head and neck.
And then
again,
it was also limping when he came out to check on Hobbs after the match with Cage.
Yeah, but he wasn't involved in like the beatdown part of it.
Yeah, but he just came out to like check on him. They're just saying that there's not really been any word, just that it's all rumours and
speculation.
Speculation.
Maybe it's not like a really bad injury, but maybe it's something that's like he's tweaked it a little, and maybe like a couple of weeks of rest he may be fine, and it's not done anything atrocious, like a la Edge when he fucking thingied his Achilles and was off for like what, like
he
8 months.
He went to Twitter the next day and said, "I'm good. Thank you, DDPY, for my flexibility."
Oh, maybe flex a little more so you don't land on your head next time. Because that's the kind of stuff I don't want to see you landing on your fucking head at your age.
He's good, though. He's good. Freak accident.
Okay. So, right, okay, so there's the chance he's all right. I think maybe give him a week or two before you stick him back in there.
Yeah, that would be wise.
So backstage, they show that the Elite have their own trailer. Then we go into Pentel Zero M versus Trent.
And they actually said it like that this time. I was like, what the fuck? They've stole Griz's thing again. Another ring announcer is stealing from my Griz.
What can I say? I'm a trailblazer. Alex Amarhentas. Did I say it right?
Love him. Yep, you did.
Nailed it. He's 100% in on this new gimmick, and to be honest, looked like an absolute fucking badass coming out with Penta and his new theme music.
I've done some research.
Okay.
On Senor Aberhentes.
Enlighten us in as much delicious detail as possible.
He was a writer for WWE.
Really? Like, what's that period?
I can't really get like an actual time frame, but he said he worked with WWE as a writer. So I imagine it was maybe like 2012, 2013, 2014. And he was also working on... he's been in wrestling for years. He was working on a show as a commentator called, was it Lucha Libre USA?
Oh, God. I've been trying to find that, and that is impossible to find at this point.
He was also a former wrestler.
All right. Was he any good? Or, aka, was he famous?
Well, clearly not, since I didn't even know about him.
I know, but I was thinking maybe he might have like wrestled under a mask or something, and then...
No, he wrestled with his face out.
Okay. A lot like somebody else you informed me about earlier on last week.
Yes. But that was just because I was looking to see what you actually... I was trying to find a picture of him without a mask.
Uh-huh.
And they kept coming up with a picture of this guy from fucking Raw. And I was like, that's not Fuego. Fuego looks good looking underneath that mask.
Was that just the assumption or just what you wanted?
Well, from what the videos that I've seen on on Sammy's vlogs, it looks as though he's got a nice mouth and nice eyes. So I thought, right, he'll look really nice. He'll be a good looking guy underneath that mask. Not.
Oh, hey, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, my friend.
And I wish I was Stevie Wonder.
But he's not the most hideous looking man I've ever seen in my life, so.
You know how the phrase, I wouldn't kick him out of bed for eating crisps?
Uh-huh. You would for him?
I would kick him out of bed for eating crisps. But...
I mean,
congratulations to Fuego for his third baby being born.
Oh. Fuego Junior. See, told you, somebody loves that wee face, so.
Aye, with the mask on.
Maybe that's how it works, like. Like the man's like, oh, I'm a wrestler, and then like put on the mask, and she's like, okay, I'm in now, but you need to wear the mask all the time. Like be like actual Lucha Libre stars and go everywhere with that mask on, even when we're canoodling at night.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just turns out that like his other half was just really into like Mel Masterus back in the day.
Yuck. Penta had a cool fucking mask last week. It was like Batman.
Yeah, I noticed it had horns and it was like really. I was kind of looking at it going, has Penta always had horns?
No, I think this is a new mask where he looks like Batman.
No, did we mention the fact that he had new theme music? I think we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking great new theme music at that.
And Penta says, "I'm Batman."
I knew it. Yes. Yeah, so the two of them come out, and then Alex has his own kind of pose with Penta, and I was just like, "Fuck yeah, this dude gets it." And now realizing that he has had this much like sort of history in wrestling, like it kind of goes to show that he always got it. And just because, like, now we're just starting to experience who he is, which was also interesting because, like, when it comes to the end of the match, I'll continue with what I'm saying, but it made me wonder if, like, he had ever taken a bump or anything like that because of how the match ended.
Yeah, he must have took bumps because, as I said, he was a wrestler.
Yeah, but I'll revisit that in a second. So Trent comes out to the best friends music, and I was like, oh, I thought everybody was just coming out to the Pixie song now, but I guess not.
I'm happy. That should just be for Orange Cassidy.
Yeah, and also I quite liked Chris Statlander's theme song, so she should definitely come back out to that. So there was a big dive to Penta by Trent on the outside. There was a pump angle driver by Penta for a nice 2 count. Then Penta attempts a package pile driver on the apron, but Trent fights out. Trent then goes for a pile driver of his own, and Penta was absolutely nowhere near the impact for that whatsoever. And they tried to play it off on commentary like, Penta held the rope and tried to absorb some of the impact, but that may have just made it worse. And then JR's just like, I think Trent may have just hurt his tailbone. That was a stupid idea.
They're just trying to cover for what happened.
Yeah, well, the two of them were. I feel like JR was just like, that fucking didn't work.
I've came to terms with JR. He's an old man. He's getting paid a mighty base, right? JR, this isn't the same JR that we grew up with when we were 8, 9, 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This is grumpy old man JR, and I'm kind of here for it.
Like, at least he's consistent with it.
Aye. Like, he fell on his ass.
Jesus Christ. Look at Penelope's titties. Ah!
It was shit like that made me sign up for Impact AEW Plus on Fight TV.
Aye, because like the amount of shit that he spews during the commercials where he thinks nobody's watching, and Excalibur's like, oh yeah, well everyone is watching on the Fight Network, and then he's like, oh fuck, you're right.
It was I think it was like the go home show for Revolution last year, where they were doing the weigh-in with Jericho and Moxley, and they had like the ring girls come out.
Yeah.
And it just goes, holy shit, what is that? Just, do you know what? GR's just loving life. And good for him.
Like, well, yeah, like this thing is like, it gives us like shit to make fun of, which is amusing in its own right, but like, Jesus, is like, it just goes to show he does not care anymore.
No, because he has no fucks left to give. He's, to get on a wee bit of a seriouser note, he's really not been the same person since his wife Jan was killed. in that accident. So
I thought she died of like cancer or something.
no, it was she got ran over by like a moped.
Jeez, fucking Christ, man! I thought that was a completely different set of circumstances that she passed away.
No, she got ran over by a moped.
Fuck. What's even worse?
So see how if GR is having fun doing what he's doing just now, where he's being a grumpy old man.
Mm.
Good for him.
Well, okay, when you put it that way, then yeah. Yeah. Can't argue with that. So they're on the outside, and Alex grabs the microphone, runs up to Trent, and goes, "Oh yeah, there was something I forgot to mention. Before the match, Penta says, you suck, your friends suck, and your mama sucks."
Oh, yo mama jokes.
And as everybody does in wrestling, they get really, 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 really overly angry about people mentioning their family.
Especially Sue.
Yeah, Jesus! Like, see if any wrestler could just kind of control themselves a little bit and going, "Oh, he's just saying that to get under my skin." Like, just relax.
Oh no. So as
nope.
soon as somebody ever mentions the words yo mama or yo kids, you might as well be waving a fucking red flag in front of a bull.
Yeah. Oh, your ma. So Orange Cassidy gets in the ring. He's squaring up to Alex Abrahantes. And then Penta just comes in from behind Alex and just super kicks Cassidy square in the face.
It was fucking hilarious.
And this is obviously the point I was kind of alluding to of, it made me wonder if Alex had any previous training because of the way that obviously nothing kind of happened.
No, he does have training underneath.
Yeah, so I was wondering if it was the way that like that's how they're going to get around this, is if he hasn't trained to take bumps or whatever before anything could happen. That's why Penta came in, but no, it was just that was a distraction.
I think it's just been a long time.
Yeah, I mean it will come with time. I would reckon, and something will definitely happen at some point. But as the ref was trying to get Alex out of the ring, as the ref was trying to get Cassidy at the ring, Alex pops Trent in the head with the microphone, making the nice dump noise, which gives Penta the opportunity to hit the package pile driver and get the victory.
Yay!
I'm all in on this new pairing, and just keep Cody away from them.
Just keep doing what you've been doing for the last week and a bit. Just don't have Cody on TV.
Yeah, I've been enjoying it. JR sat down. What a great tweet. You not see that one?
Well, what one?
There was a tweet that AEW put out last week. It said, "Coming up on Dynamite this week, Jim Ross sits down."
They forgot to say with the Pinnacle.
Yeah, they must have hit send too quickly. So they scrubbed that, and there was like JR sits down with the Pinnacle.
Silly gooses.
So, what little that I've got of this, one of the only really awesome parts came from Wardlow.
The fucking War Dog.
Man, what
he was the fucking he was the star of this fucking promo.
He's the star of the feud right now, if you ask me, and he's not even really done anything yet.
No, all he's basically really done is just kind of like square up to fucking Hager.
Mm-hmm.
And that's that.
But the thing is, like, see, every time that Word Dog talks, he's the fucking shit. Like, let him do more. I'm actually aching for more fucking Wardlow. Like, see the way that you are with Rusev or Miro? This is why I'm with fucking Wardlow.
Wardlow's fucking awesome.
So
he needs to be featured more as a wrestler.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. But I don't get it. Like, I thought that maybe when he was in that tournament to crown a number one contender, he was going to start getting used more. And then as soon as that tournament was done, he just stopped again.
Because he's MJF's batch. He'll wrestle when MJF wants him to. Because he's not under AEW contract and kayfabe. He is under contract. MJF has his contract.
Mm-hmm. But at that point, why wouldn't you just try and go for the tag titles with the fucking big War Dog and then just have him be the one doing about 90% of the work?
Because MJF doesn't want the tag titles, he wants the World Heavyweight Championship. It's a bit like Okada.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't want any other belt except the IWGP Heavyweight Championship. And he even refuses to challenge for any other belts.
Hmm. I suppose so.
And I like that he still says that he's undefeated.
MJF does?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is actually quite good. Yeah, well, as I said, I feel like there wasn't much to this at all.
He basically just called out Jericho for just all the fucking shit and, oh, you call that an immortal promo? What the fuck?
Yeah, so MJF starts talking about, oh yeah, I have been rocking this scarf for ages, but it is summer, so Tully Blanchard bought me this, and it's a silk version of the Burberry scarf.
And that didn't look like a scarf. Did you see the size of that? It looked like a fucking blanket or a duvet cover.
Well, it might get cold at night. I mean, just because it's summer doesn't mean... oh, that's unfortunate. I've got Stardom on in the background, and they're doing their promos backstage, and, they do it in front of the little backdrop that says stardom.com.
Yes.
But both of the kind of sides are folded in, so it just says Tardom.
Oh, very unfortunate.
So then you get on to Wardlow, who says, oh yeah, you cut that immortal promo that everybody loved until you got to me, and then you made a flub saying that I had $1 million brain and a 10-cent body, and I realized why you messed up. It's because you're scared to talk about me. So when my name came out your mouth, you were scared. And it's like, that's the perfect way to cover up everything.
Yeah, when my name crossed your lips, you knew you'd done wrong.
Then MJF kind of ended the promo saying, he rifled off a whole bunch of stuff, calling people names and yada yada. And then says, oh yeah, well, I am a mark, but I'm a mark for your spot, Jericho.
Yep.
Then we get on to Tay Conti versus Hikaru Shida for the AEW World Women's Championship. And considering this was a match that was built on 2 weeks, if you watch the build on the Road to Dynamite show between the two of them, like, they made this seem as if this was something special.
This match was fucking something special. I didn't see any of those. So all I really had to go on was the match itself.
Like they showed they showed an abbreviated version of it at the beginning, and it's like, see if they showed the whole thing. I mean, the whole thing was maybe about a minute and a half of just the two of them talking, but it really added to it. And normally I don't watch all this Road to stuff, but I was just kind of waffling about, and it was like, all right, let's slap this on. And then that was the first thing, and I had like Shida training on the beach, and like it kind of showed Conti with her sort of MMA training as well, like, and it built up, and it was like, oh man, this is kind of cool. I'm actually really looking forward to this match now. And then the two of them pull out this fucking match.
This match was fucking awesome.
Elbow. It was needless to say, it was a great couple of days for women's wrestling.
Yeah, this match was probably my favourite match of the week, including Rebellion.
Well, yeah, definitely. Because
in my opinion, the best professional wrestling match of the week.
So Shida early on had suplex on the floor on Conti. Conti locked in the fuck does that say? Shida recliner. Conti was locked in the Shida recliner, but finally gets to the ropes. It's the Steiner recliner, but Shida locked it in. Outside in suplex by Shida on Conti, but Conti absorbs the blow and hits the lobster kick. Conti with a German and another lobster kick in the corner. T gets Shida laying across the top turnbuckle and then hits a senton, which looks badass. Shida does the deal for two and then attempts to Tamashi, but Conti stops her. Shida gets Conti on the top rope and then just drops her back first onto the top rope or the top turnbuckle, and then she just crumbles to the floor. That whole sequence of events looked fucking brutal.
Yeah, that senton where she was lying over the top rope that was amazing.
Shida goes for the katana but misses. Conti hits the TKO for the deepest of two counts. And I mean like the deepest of two counts. The DDT is countered as Shida hits the reverse pile driver for two. Shida with the backbreaker and finally hits the katana to win this. Absolutely hell of a match. And then it just gets made that smidgen better as Shida is celebrating. Britt Baker comes out. She turns round, points at the Titantron, and then this whole elaborate of like gold shards like shatter on the screen as it comes up saying Britt Baker, #1 contender.
This whole segment, match and aftermath, chef's kiss, just mwah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So well done.
Who'd have thunk it? Like, fucking a couple of months ago, Shida was barely ever on television. And these past couple of, like, sort of Shida defenses and everything have all, like, really escalated. Her as a champion, the championship belt itself, and the challengers in the division. Like, they're struggled, but they're really starting to get on the right track when it comes to the AEW women's title. And I think it also kind of helps the fact that Deeb is kind of injured, and so they don't have that other women's title.
Yeah. Like, Excalibur, during the match, said Shida's basically been a pandemic champion.
Yeah, that was part of the promo as well. Was Shida says that she wants to hold this belt until they have full crowds, so that she can wrestle in front of a full crowd as champion.
I'd never thought about it that way. Like, until Excalibur had said, I went, oh fuck, she's basically been champion and not done anything.
Yeah, well, saying she's not done anything is probably a bit unfair, but like she won the belt when there was practically nobody there, and granted, like every sort of week there is more people trickling into the venue every week, but she is wanting like a full crowd sort of thing.
Aye. I think everyone now is just sort of like, right, okay, we need to get fans back. We want the fans back.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, Double or Nothing ain't that far away.
No, it's the end of next month. We're about a month away.
Yeah. So what do you think? Do you think that we're going to hold off on this match until the pay-per-view? Or are we getting it on TV? Because I don't think we should have it on TV.
No, it's Baker and Shida has to be Double or Nothing.
Yeah, this is arguably the biggest match in the women's division. And I mean, we've been speaking about this match for how many months at this point? I mean,
yeah, I think we've really been speaking about it in a way since before Shida won the title.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, it was Shida that fucked Britt's nose and gave us that amazing T-shirt.
Yeah. The first amazing T-shirt.
One of many amazing T-shirts.
Yes.
So that's just got a lot. This has got a lot of history behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like this. I think it's almost a year, or maybe it's just over a year now.
It would be, yeah.
Since all that happened, so they've got a lot to play with and a lot to sort of work off of.
Kushida won the belt at Double or Nothing last year.
Huh? You said Kushida.
Yeah, Kushida, I said.
Ah, I thought you said Ku.
No, I might have just said that by accident.
Well, you shouldn't have fucking admitted to it then, because you had me there when you said cute Shida.
Well, she is.
Shida.
She is cute Shida.
No, in that picture, she's not.
What? She's gorgeous in that photo. I'm wearing my Hikaru Shida t-shirt.
She looks like and piss off a Jaggy Nettle.
No, she doesn't. She looks awesome as a little anime character. Lost my train of thought now. Yeah, because she won it at Double or Nothing last year, and so that was in the place they're in now, the Palace. Daly's Palace.
Aye, Davy's Den.
I'm
sure
that match with Baker happened in the Nightmare Factory back during that.
Yeah, that match happened in Georgia.
Yeah, that weird fucking set of tapings.
Well, that weird set of tapings where they played the cards they were dealt.
Yeah.
And they were alright. They were no bad shows.
They done what they could do with what they had, and they had about fucking 20% of their roster, and they made it fucking work.
Aye.
You didn't have everybody, but what you had, you fucking worked with. So yeah, exactly. This is going into Double or Nothing when it happens, because I'm sure it is going to happen there.
There's also rumors of Paige challenging Omega at Double or Nothing.
What, she's back?
Yeah, she's back.
She's going to wrestle. I don't know about that. To be honest, I feel like that's a deeper conversation that we can get into.
Yeah,
maybe next week when we kind of see how Dynamite happens this week. Because
that's the rumor just now is Paige is going to be challenging for the EW Championship at Double or Nothing, and Mox and Kingston are going to be challenging the Young Bucks.
Now, see, that I can totally see happening right now. But I don't know. I feel like it's still just a little too early for Paige and Omega.
We've spoke about Page and Omega, and we said the perfect time to do it would be Full Gear this year.
Yeah, and also just the kind of way that Page is not. He's not as hot as a sort of talent as he was.
Yeah, he is the number one contender. Fair dues. Is he having a fucking laugh and a ball with the Dark Order? Yep. We need to get him just a wee bit more serious.
Not even that, because he wasn't serious a lot during the initial run when everybody was super high on him. But it's just that he's it's the Bianca Belair sort of effect of he has not done much recently to make me care, and so now all of a sudden he just goes from doing basically nothing to becoming number one contender and then going for the big title, and it's like I feel like
contender because he's basically been undefeated this year.
I know, and I like that in that sort of aspect of every match he has seems to have like they're bringing up people's records and all of that, but just at the same time, like I'm trying to put my finger on exactly what it is, but there's just something missing about Page that he had like a year or so ago.
He's missing that. I think he's missing that killer instinct, that seriousness. Because when he was getting ready to wrestle Jericho at All Out for the title the first time, after the Judas effect basically like cut him open, he was like fucking doing promos where he's jabbing himself, making himself bleed again, and it was really intense. And I think he's just missing that intensity.
Yeah, there needs to be something, unless they have this match. Hangman loses, and then it's kind of like, because this was always the kind of gimmick that we always talked about of him getting serious was him maybe coming off the booze and trying to, go a bit not straight edge exactly, but not fuck about as much.
Yeah.
And so maybe
take it a bit more seriously.
Yeah, so maybe he loses at Double or Nothing. Then the next week he comes out and is like, right, okay, I may have fucked this up slightly, but you know what? Next show, Full Gear, I'm going to be number one contender again, and pretty much kind of sort of run back the Britt Baker storyline with them of I will build my way up through the rankings, and by the time Full Gear comes, I'm going to get another shot at Omega, and this time it's going to be a different story. And then like that's an ongoing thing that I feel like could work a hell of a lot better. Because I just feel like him and the number one contendership just all kind of came out of nowhere a wee bit, and it was just a bit like, I don't feel like now's the time.
No, it's far too soon.
And the whole kind of way that it's not portrayed that way either, but they're not saying, like, they keep saying, oh yeah, he's number one in the rankings and all that, but that's really about it. Like, there's no chat of him, lusting after the world title or anything like that. It just feels as if it's that, like, the whole, oh, he's number one in the rankings is kind of background to, yeah, but sure, I'm pals with the Dark Order.
Now, I've got an idea for the main event of Double or Nothing, which we'll talk about after we speak about Rebellion.
Okay, right. So we'll move on then, so we can finally get to that, because that's a little ways down the road.
Yeah.
So after that, Miro cuts a promo. He still says that there's no Kip, but that doesn't matter. And then he says, "What champion does Miro beat first?" So I think, like, clearly Miro is going to go for a championship, and I reckon, again, that probably will happen at the pay-per-view, Double or Nothing. And I think this will be a nice sort of build-up to said match. I'm reckoning TNT for him.
I've got my eye on Miro with the TNT Championship now.
And you're thinking he's going to win, obviously, since of the kind of way that you sentenced that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Plus, Miro versus Darby. That's intriguing.
That'll be something special.
Okay, then we get Jericho and the Inner Circle with probably the worst in-ring promo that they've ever done.
But the best that Santana's ever done. Santana was fucking good.
See, Santana and Ortiz have become fucking awesome recently. And who'd have thunk I would have said that?
Wait, what?
Uh-huh. Yep, like fucking the two of them recently have just looked so badass in the fucking background. Ortiz is taking shit so much more seriously, which gives me just that, like, a lot more intrigue in him. And who'd have thunk the fucking big switch?
Yeah, all Ortiz had to do was just keep his mouth shut and Griz would be won over.
Yeah, keep your mouth shut and your feet on the goddamn floor. Let Santana do the talking and you just be the fucking muscle.
No, I thought Santana done a fucking awesome job this week.
He's
better than Jericho, and oh my god, way so much better than Hager.
Yeah, because
Hager. Shh.
There's a reason why you don't talk much, bud.
Oh god,
yeah,
that's horrible.
They said something along the lines of they're going to be eating their meat through a straw and then start throwing straws at the camera. Jericho then sings a song that doesn't rhyme. Santana starts belting out some of his best material, but I don't think like either promo from both factions have been good this week, other than the War Dog and Santana. You know, the background characters of the fucking faction, and not the.
MGF's one I thought was really good. I thought, to be honest, I thought it was a lot. The Pinnacles promo this week was a lot better than the Immortal promo that Jericho did.
This is the kind of thing that I have with MJF right now, is he does seem to say a lot of stuff, but doesn't really say anything. If that makes sense.
That's the art of it. He's basically so MGF's sort of like shtick. He's basically just doing what people done in like the 50s, 60s, and 70s. That a lot of fans today will have no clue about. So he's basically just taking like the things like Gorgeous George done, and pardon me, like Buddy Rose, all the older wrestlers, and applying it today, and folk think, oh my god, this is amazing. And good for him, because without them knowing, he's actually educating fans about old wrestling.
About history?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll see how it goes over time, but like it is gonna, like, both of the kind of things are getting a bit dull with the whole let's just insult each other constantly with like these little dumb jabs, like, Jericho, you're fat, and then Jericho's like, oh, MJF, you're just a mark, and it's like, well, you've done those, so what else do you have? And it's like, we're just gonna go with that again for another week.
Basically, they've got nothing. To be honest, right? They've got nothing to do until May 5th.
Yeah, but I'm still looking forward to the match. I think the match is going to be good. There's a lot of people that have been saying about Blood and Guts, though.
Supposedly, it's a one-match show.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, can they do this for 2 hours?
Well, it depends on how they do it. They might even just air Dynamite as a 1 hour special next week.
Because unless the rules drastically change and say that, oh, the first two wrestlers will be in the rings for 20 minutes, and then every 10 minutes another competitor comes in, that would kind of be the only way that they can make this last for like 2 hours.
But we don't know how it's going to go because we don't even know the rules yet for Blood and Guts. It might.
Yeah, this is all just this is us assuming.
We're assuming it's almost War Games because it's 2 cages.
Mm-hmm.
And it is, and from what is the way that's been described, it is their version of War Games. But we don't know what the fucking rules are. The rules could be so fucked.
I mean, we say this now. I reckon that potentially we should give the rules away on Dynamite this week. So maybe we can.
I think that's what the parlay is all about.
Yeah. So I think we can probably look back to this conversation next week when we know a bit more about it.
Because maybe even it could be that Blood and Guts actually has no rules, and the 2 fighting teams then establish their rules.
Yeah,
And it makes each one unique.
Maybe. I suppose this is put a pin in it and see where we go.
Yeah.
So up next we had Billy Gunn, probably with his first singles. I think maybe one of his first singles matches in AEW in general, but definitely his first singles match on Dynamite, as he took on QT Marshall.
Meh.
Yeah. The first note that I have is the Factory's theme song sounds like the Bludgeon Brothers theme.
Yes. Yeah. Maybe it's a wee ode to Brody.
Yeah. Brody. Wait, that doesn't work. I'm trying to combine Brody and Ode, but then I realised Ode is in Brody.
It's a broad to Ode.
There you go. Billy Gunn goes after QT as they make their entrance. Gunn beats up QT on the outside till Camarado throws Gunn in at the post. This brings in Billy's kids that take the Factory out of the arena. Then there's another horrible looking pile driver for QT for a 2 count where Billy Gunn, I think he kind of bounced off like QT's thigh as opposed to the mat, which just again looked fucked. There's a cutter and a famouser that were both countered by their opponent. Then the ref has his back to Gunn as they were fighting on the ramp, with Gunn sending QT back in at the ring. That's when he had his back turned. Ogogo then comes in with the gut punch. Then QT hits the cutter. 1, 2, 3, and QT beats Billy Gunn. Then they just pull out this wooden chair and just act like that's just the most normal thing in the world. This brings out Dustin, that comes out with a bull rope, and then he just kind of rubs the bull rope against QT's side as he runs past him, and QT sells it like it hurt like hell.
Well, because think about it, it's fucking rope burn.
I know, but he was kind of like, it's just, he rubbed it across QT's like stomach like the way that would pet taco. It just didn't look good. It's one of those things. Like, I know you're trying to find the good in it, but let me have this one. It looked fucking dumb.
Right, okay, it might have looked dumb, but do you know what didn't look dumb? Dustin's face paint this week. I really liked it. It looked like one of the Street Sharks.
Street Sharks. That's a good reference. I wasn't a massive fan of it, though. I thought he looked odd. But maybe it's just because don't like change. So if he continues to go with this, maybe it's something I can get more used to. But I felt that's what it looked like. It looked like the creepy clown from American Horror Story.
Twisty?
Yes. Looked like you could pull that off and it would just have that fucked up mouth.
Do you see this going somewhere for Double or Nothing?
I feel like it has to go with Dustin versus QT, and probably in a bull rope match.
Well, I wasn't thinking bull rope. I was thinking bunkhouse.
Maybe a combination of both.
It's a bunkhouse brawl, and the bull rope's normally involved. You remember the big tag team one they had with Butcher and Blades?
Yeah, I forgot that was bull rope-esque.
It's that sort of style.
So that then, that needs to happen. And then I think obviously this will be the case of Billy and his kids will second Dustin to counteract the rest of the factory.
Yeah, because you could also play it as well, like they beat Butcher and the Blade in the only bunkhouse brawl they've had in AEW. Then they have the second, and you could establish like King of the Bunkhouse.
Yeah, and if QT wins that, which to be honest I think he should.
Yeah.
He could then start calling himself the King of the Bunkhouse or something like that.
Yeah.
Because QT was the one that won that match.
Yeah.
And then just to have that, like, kind of... Because then that would also get under Cody's sort of skin as well, which I think is going to be the ultimate goal to this.
Because that was his daddy's match.
Yeah. So it's like he's kind of... He's getting under the skin of two Rhodeses at the same time. Mm-hmm. By making a statement like that.
See?
So... Dustin then picks up the random wooden chair and cracks it over Comarado's head. And then Camarado just took it like a champ and kept on ticking.
He essentially stood there and went, "Is it in yet?"
Okay, so let me know when you've hit me. I have hit you. Oh.
Yep.
So then we cut to the Elite backstage in their little fucking
shack,
I guess. There's about 46 people in a place that can hold about 3, all looking crammed as fuck. As one of the Bucks is dressed like Just Robinson. The Bucks tell Mox and King to come knock on their door. And then they hear beeping. Gallows looks outside to the window, and then Mox drives a pickup truck into the trailer, very Stone Cold Steve Austin style. Then the two of them come out, they look in the trailer, and all of a sudden, the Elite just aren't there.
I don't think that they were in it at all. I think they were in another trailer.
I feel like maybe that thing was pre-recorded.
No, like the way that I thought, the thing is clearly pre-recorded, right? But
no, I mean, like they recorded it earlier, and then they're like, "Oh, air this now and make it seem like we're there right now," when really they've probably left the arena.
See, because what I thought they'd done was they'd walked into that one earlier in the show, and then they'd fucked off into another one, making them without showing them going into another one. So it's kind of like, yeah, we're just talking in a trailer, but you think we're in this one because it says Elite on it.
See, what they could have done with that, though, is...
Then pan back to him, go, "Oh, look at those two fucking dummies."
Yeah, like, have them, like, kind of, like, in the parking lot, like, watching from afar, being like, fucking idiots, they didn't know that was recorded.
Yeah.
Or do something like, they ram into the trailer, and then there's somebody else in there. Like, I'm trying to think, like, I don't know, like, just for talking sake, maybe say, like, Bear Country or something, so that they've, like, kind of unintentionally wiped them out, and then so in, like, a week or two, Bear Country are like, "You almost killed us, you fucking idiots." And so then that's a nice little kind of, one match feud that they could have with Mox and Kingston kind of leading up to their thing. So you get to see them in tag action before the pay-per-view. But just the fact they were like, oh, they're not in here, and it's like, well, that was anticlimactic. And then Mox and Kingston just get out and be like, well, bye then. And then they just leave.
I liked the sort of buddy cop bickering that they were doing, where they were having like a sort of like friendly mini argument.
Yeah, because that does seem like the kind of sort of thing that they have between them of like, I fucking love this guy, but he's a pain in the arse kind of thing.
Aye, it's like a bit like Lethal Weapon-y. Whereas like, I love this guy to death, but boy, is he a pain in the arse.
But he's my pain in the arse.
And then
only I'm allowed to insult him.
You could maybe have Kingston maybe just sort of go to Mox. Too old for this shit.
Oh yeah, because there was a part where like I think Mox like smashed a window again or something, and Kingston's like, at least let me get out of the way first.
Aye. I think I think we're in an age in AEW where shit is just going to fucking soar.
We're setting up for an interesting pay-per-view, definitely.
I think we're setting up for a shit hot summer.
Mm. No, wait, that was cool for the summer.
Yeah, cool, yeah.
Never mind. It was a reference. It wasn't a good one, but it was one.
I just can't believe I missed it.
I know, I thought you would have got that like that.
I know. I love that song.
That's me attempting to click. I can't click.
I'm now singing it in my head and I'm dancing.
I don't remember much of the lyrics other than it's not even lyrics. Anyway. Isn't that song about like her being a lesbian for the summer or something like that? I feel like I heard that somewhere.
I think it's just about having a mad summer where you just don't give a fuck. You do what you want.
Maybe that's part of it. There's images in my head. Powerhouse Hobbs takes on Christian Cage. This was a bit of a massacre.
What?
This was a bit of a massacre. Like Hobbs just beat the fuck out of Cage for 90% of this match.
That was quite brutal. Something just as simple as pressing his face up and be like against the guardrail. Oh, it looked painful.
There was a part in the match where Christian gets hit with like the kind of back lariat and his face bounces off the floor. Like, and I think like even Hobbs, like you can kind of see him like kind of leaning over, is like, "You okay? I'm sorry," because he just might have hit him that hard. Christian just had all the momentum just go straight to his face to the floor.
Yeah, that bit looked extremely fucking painful.
Then Hobbs...
It didn't even look like he was playing along. It looked as though he actually hit him and he just went and felt like a sack of shit.
Skadoosh, yeah. I mean, you couldn't tuck your fucking chin on that one because you were falling forward. Then Hobbs drives Christian onto the bottom rope, which also looked horrendously painful. Hobbs counters a kill switch, and then by just throwing Cage off of him, like very countering the master lock kind of thing. There's a Vader bomb that was countered by Cage. Hobbs hits the spine buster for a deep 2, and Hobbs' spine buster is, as you kind of said earlier, it's very chef's kiss, like fucking... You talk about someone that knows how to spine buster well. There you go. Hobbsy got it.
I think he's been talking to Double A, I think.
Yeah. Cage gets a powerbomb off the second and then hits a frog splash for a deep 2. Hobbs just walls Cage is what I call that move where he just kind of bleh. When like somebody's running and he just kind of steps forward and just engulfs them.
I
just call that walling someone, because the way that they're running and they just instant stop.
Aye. To the window, to the wall.
Oh. Then he hips Cage in the corner, gets another deep two. Cage sneaks in a sleeper, but Hobbs gets the power slam in the corner. Then Hobbs, still with Christian on his shoulder, starts to showboat. This gives Christian just enough time to slip off the back, flip into the kill switch, engaged, and wins. Or don't even want to say wins, survives. Because Jesus fucking Christ, did Hobbs look like the fucking man in this match?
Hobbs looked fucking great, and Christian basically pulled that one out his arse with the fucking skin of his teeth.
Yeah.
Any other sort of fucking close cliche that you want to put in there. All
And
fucking...
even having Taz on commentary for this like really helped with the whole like when he was posing, like Taz was kind of like, right, just do it, just stop farting about and do it, like bang, kill switch 1, 2, 3, and then just the way that Taz just went completely silent, probably threw his headset off at that point, and it was just like the whole like thing in general with Taz on commentary throughout all this as well, like watching the underling, and it's just like, oh, there's still stuff that you need to learn, kid.
See how when Taz wants to, he can be extremely effective with a microphone in his hand or attached to his head.
Well, there are.
Yeah, like when he wants to and he fucking turns it on. Taz is fucking gold.
Well, this is the thing though, is I feel like this is the first time that Taz has been. What's the word? The first time that he's been not excited, but has been up for working essentially in years. Enthusiastic, I think that's the word I'm looking for. This is the first time that he's been enthusiastic in years about actually doing something in wrestling, because we all kind of heard him on SmackDown. Him and Michael Cole were a pretty decent commentary team. When he left, he went to Impact, and he didn't give a fuck.
Oh no, he was making fucking big bank, and it was guaranteed money, so he wasn't giving a shit.
And then, like, after he left Impact, he was gone for fucking years.
Dude, I think he was just really doing his radio show and his podcast.
Mm-hmm.
That I don't think is a thing anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never really listened to the Taz show, to be honest with you. I tried to listen one time, and he spent like 10 minutes of the show just being like, "Oh, if you can get a Taz show onto a Taz show sign on any wrestling show, I'll give you a shout out if you take a photo of it." And it's like, oh my god, get on with it. And then he just continued prattling on about that sort of stuff. But it's like, see, when the first 10 minutes of a podcast are people like, you know, promoting or doing adverts and stuff like that, like, oh, it does my head in. Which is why we have no sponsors.
Well, I thought the reason we have no sponsors is because we're too uncensored and too raw for sponsors.
I mean, the fact that like we're over the airways and under the influence, you would have thought that some kind of alcohol company would have got in touch with us by now.
At least Frosty Jacks.
I know, fuck, I'll even drink Frost Jacks.
Ugh.
But considering it's like £9 a bottle now or something like that, like I would probably appreciate that.
And thank you to our sponsor this week, B&Q.
Whoa, that cut deep to the bone.
Your methylated spirit will fuck me up.
Here's a bottle of turpentine that I've been sniffing this entire episode. Ah, that's good turpentine. Whoa. So we get a Jade promo backstage of a lot of the kind of
Round of applause for Jade fucking Cargill.
So we get a lot of the sort of faction leaders talking about how good Jade is, and then Jade kind of cuts in with, "I don't need a manager," but then she sort of says, she kind of double backs on herself by saying, "Oh, if anybody is interested, then me being a client, then something along the lines of they need to pay big, they need to show their worth."
Aye. Basically what she was saying was is she doesn't really need anyone, but if somebody's going to fucking pay her and make her a good chunk of change,
Yeah,
she'll take it on.
but I don't want her to just be another number in a faction. Like if this is going to be somebody, this needs to be somebody new.
I don't think it could maybe be that Vicky dumps Nyla.
Here's something I just thought of. Now that she's done with Impact, what if Jazz is her manager?
I don't know, because Jazz is retired, but I don't know if she's done with Impact.
But I mean, it's kind of one of those things where, like, if she's going to be like a kind of backstage sort of person, why not like have her on AEW as well, just as kind of a manager, and it's like from one badass bitch to another, like, because let's face it, I don't think there's any other women that are as badass bitchy as fucking Jazz ever was. And I feel like it's like, it may not be exactly the same, but I feel like there's like quite a lot of kind of connections between the two of them. Like, and like kind of in the way that they act and all that. Maybe not like the wrestling style, but also, as you kind of alluded to a couple of weeks ago, one of Jade's big moves is kind of Jazz's old finisher.
Yeah, but it's without the sit down. Jazz never done like the sit out. She just done the
drop.
The drop.
Yeah.
But I could see it happening. That's it. I can see that being a viable option. But I don't think Jazz is done with Impact yet. She's retired from in-ring competition, but I think she might stick around in a managerial role in Impact.
Well, we'll kind of bring that up a little bit more when we get into the pay-per-view. Your main event was Darby Allin versus Jungle Boy for the TNT Championship. So before we start, I want to ask, what were your feelings in this match in general?
This is going to be the main event of a fucking pay-per-view like 5 years down the line.
Because I feel like this just didn't grab me that much.
Say in about 5 years' time, when Jungle Boy can actually grow facial hair, and Darby gets out of his wee emo phase, they're going to be your two biggest stars in AEW.
Sometimes you just don't grow out of your emo phase.
Yeah, I know.
Because you're looking at one of them.
Well, I'm also sleeping with one of them.
So
I thought this match was really good, but
it was.
Like you said, it did grab you. Like, compare it to last week's main event.
Yeah, that thing was a fucking nightmare.
Yeah, but it was entertaining as fucking. It grabbed you by the fucking bollocks.
Whether you wanted it to or not.
Aye. It was very much a Me Too match.
The Joey Ryan Spectacular.
But I think for what it was, just a wee less TV time remaining, there was nothing wrong. There was no botches. there wasn't anything bad about the match.
Yeah, because there was one part in the match where I thought there was a botch, but I have actually listened to a few podcasts since then, and they've actually said that the one thing I thought was a botch turns out that was actually its own move. So
I think the problem with this match was it was just good.
Not great.
There wasn't anything special or that one move that makes you go, ooh.
Yeah.
It was just good. It felt quite vanilla, but I still enjoyed it. I still had a good time.
Well, considering you have two vanilla midgets in the main event, I suppose.
And I actually found myself siding with fucking Jungle Boy.
Because this is another point, just before we get into the match, is I'm definitely starting to kind of not exactly turn on Jurassic Express, but sure I'm getting bored of them.
Oh, no.
As a faction.
I'm getting bored of Sting.
Yeah.
Sticking his fucking nose in where it didn't belong.
Every single week.
What did Luchasaurus do?
Well, he did it. He interfered.
By doing what?
He picked up Jungle Boy and helped him practically into the ring when he was about to get counted out.
So you're telling me Sting wouldn't have done that for Darby?
Potentially not.
Bullshit. And then all he done was stand on the ramp and tried to cheer him on, and Sting fucking then tried to square go him.
I mean, okay, he didn't get physically involved in the match in the way of like attacking Darby Allin, but still,
he didn't even try to distract him or anything. He was minding his own business, cheering on his friend.
He did more than that.
And then Granddaddy Goff basically went, the camera's not on me. Look, I've got a bar.
Yep, and they did the whole old man thing of grabbing each other's shoulders as they kind of waffled backstage.
Because Sting can't do shit anymore unless it's cinematic.
Mm-hmm.
Sting shouldn't be on television every fucking week. He really shouldn't.
That would be hilarious if every time Sting done anything, it all of a sudden cut to like a cinematic sort of thing.
That would be pretty fucking cool, actually. But he shouldn't be on TV every week.
So. No, but the match is just happening as normal, but then like Sting and Luchasaurus start happening, and then all of a sudden it changes to the clearly cinematic style camera that they have, and then it just cuts back as if nothing was the matter.
I think that would be cool. I think they should do that with Ryan Nemeth's matches. CP
he ran with the Goldust gimmick that he had for about 3 weeks of having his personal cameraman. Something like that could be awesome.
He's got a film coming out that he wrote.
Is he in it?
Yes.
I assume he's a star in it.
Yeah. He wrote it.
Is it like big budget or?
No, it's an independent film. But it looks like a decent sort of production. I watched the trailer and it looks very much like a film about the wrestling speaking out movement.
Okay. Maybe I'll hold judgment. If I can find it, I might watch it. We'll see.
It's not out yet. He's sending it to like the film festivals and that.
Yeah. No, that's what I mean. Like, I'm not assuming it to be out yet. But maybe we'll take a look at it down the line. Yeah, so there was a point in this match where Jungle Boy speared Darby over the rail, and it looked like Jungle Boy bounced his head off the ground, which had everybody standing still for a moment. But Jungle pops up, back in the ring, Jungle gets a German for 2. There was again, as I says, at the time I thought it was a botched Poison Rana, but apparently that's its own move where you wrap the legs round the midsection and slam a wrestler that way. So apparently that wasn't a botch, that was its own thing.
I thought it looked pretty cool.
Yeah, well, apparently it's actually a move and not a...
I can understand where you were coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're just expecting him to do a Poison Rana and then he just tries to get his legs up and can't, so he just wraps him around the first thing he can.
Yeah.
It can come across that way.
But knowing that now, hearing that afterwards, it's like, all right then, well, like I'll give him that, and I'll even take my lumps for saying, oh, that was a botch, because may have absolutely not been, and that was probably what was meant to happen. Darby hits the coffin drop on Jungle on the apron, which is the hardest part of the ring. Both of them are down on the outside. This is when Luchasaurus assists Jungle Boy back up and helps him into the ring, which brings Sting into play. Sting and Luchasaurus go at it, and then the old man backstage. Jungle with a brainbuster and a running elbow for a 2 count. Jungle locks in the snare trap submission. Darby makes the ropes, so Jungle locks in the surfboard and then goes back into the snare trap, but with a cravat this time. Darby goes for the eyes to break it. Darby then comes off the ropes at one point and hits the Last Supper style roll-up pin to get the victory, which is always his last Hail Mary, it seems, when it comes to sort of matches like this.
Yeah, when he can't get, that's his one move that he goes to when he feels like he can't get the job done any other way.
Like, don't get me wrong, this was a decent match. I don't think it should have been the main event.
In hindsight, I'm thinking Shida and Conte should have been the main event.
Yeah. Like, that match was 1,000 times better.
Oh, yeah.
So after the match, Paige and Sky came in to attack until Archer came in for the save. This brings Sting back to save Archer from the 2-on-1 beatdown. And so we kind of end with Sting and Archer standing in the ring with Paige and Sky on the ramp. So as I do another refill, what do you think is going to come of this? Because it kind of seems like Archer and Sting are going to become a tag team. I mean, I suppose this would be good in a couple of ways, because this might keep Sting away from Darby Allin in the future. But is this where we're going with this? Is Archer and Sting against these two? Because it seems very random.
Yeah, it is pretty kind of fucked up. Unless they just maybe have just Archer just be like the fucking workhorse of the team and just have Sting just kind of chime in every so often. Because Archer, when he gets going, you can't fucking stop him. So, but I feel like the team, Paige and Sky, kind of need the wins more to really establish themselves as a team.
Well, this would be where it would be good for them to pin Archer, like after like a sneaky double team or something along those lines, and have that be the way that they can then continue going on and be like, haha, we've beat Sting, despite the fact that you totally didn't.
Or even just go the whole hog and actually have one of them pin Sting.
Maybe.
And then
that would also be kind of interesting.
And then you could have Archer basically being dead pissy.
Yeah.
It's the match.
Yeah, like kind of be like, oh, Archer's like, oh, I trusted you and you seemed as if you knew what you were doing and you've let me down more than Jake ever has.
Yeah, and then their match could be sort of the same style as how they were doing. Do you remember Archer's training montages?
Yeah, like the kind of backwards.
Yeah. They could maybe do a match in that sort of environment.
Well, something like that has potential as well. To be honest, that could be interesting.
There's different avenues to go down here with this, which I like. So it's very much open.
Yeah. Well, one more thing I'll kind of ask about that, and then we'll move on. Is where, like, with Archer and Sting as a potential tag team, where does this leave Snake? Like, do you think like he's got to kind of be all for this or against it? Because I don't think he would exactly be all for, Archer being pally with Sting when he's meant to be his guy.
Yeah, and also I don't and in kayfabe, Sting and Jake aren't friends. They hate each other. Because Jake came into WCW in '92 and went straight for Sting. And then they had like the Coal Miners Glove match at Halloween Havoc '92. Spin the Wheel, Make the Deal. The original Spin the Wheel, Make the Deal. And then Jake kind of disappeared after that. So if you follow that, then Jake and Sting just don't like each other. And you can kind of get that from the way that they speak to each other on television. So he's definitely not going to be happy at all.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a weird one. Like, it's the whole concept of this is weird in a way, because it all of a sudden stemmed from Archer being like, "Oh, I should be main eventing, but you're interviewing this old man," and then Sting's like, "Well, to be honest, I completely agree with everything that you say." And Jake show him how to be a main eventer, and then the whole thing is like, how does Jake show Archer how to be a main eventer when Jake never was one? Who was a main eventer? Sting.
Yep.
But I guess this is another kind of wait and see. This is obviously purely speculation right now. Things could potentially change. Because the build to this pay-per-view is it's definitely interesting, and I feel like kind of some of the things we're bringing up like seem like almost dead locks, like the tag match, and all that, and the women's match. Still unsure as to whether or not Omega and Paige are happening, but it's looking as if it's leaning towards that. But with this whole Sting and Archer thing, like this could go still a good couple of different avenues. So what we'll do is we'll very quickly run over the go-home show for Impact, and then we'll get into Rebellion to round this off. So Decay took on the Good Brothers in your opening match, with the Good Brothers hitting the Magic Killer for the victory. And then they call it the Champs, with Carl saying they may have gotten a little too comfortable and a little too cocky when they had the belts. So getting the belts back is the only thing that matters. And then throughout the night, they started asking wrestlers, conveniently all from Impact, who do you think is going to win the title for title match, with Cardona, Trey, Shira, the backstage announcer who I don't know the name of. Sorry. Gia Miller. Thank you. Storm, all thinking that Swan's going to win. Tenille Dashwood squashed Susan with a spotlight kick. Myers finally takes the eye patch off in a promo when he says that he sees clearly now.
The rain has gone. He can see all obstacles on his way.
Like Matt Cardona, that he's got to face at Rebellion. There's a Sammy promo asking if when it comes to Trey, is it pride or stupidity as to why he's taking this match. Shira takes on Jake something, with Jake getting the sit-down driver, but Rahit up in the apron, distracting the ref. Shira hits the sky high to the delight of D'Lo Brown, gets the victory. Trey has a promo with his trainer, where he shouts a lot and says, I've been doing this for so long. Why do I have to prove myself to Sammy? And his trainer's like, you don't. You just need to prove shit to yourself. Swan's out. He calls out Kenny. And Don and Kenny show up on the screen saying they can't be here tonight. Don promises that when Kenny wins the belt at Rebellion, he will be on Impact every week. Kenny tells Swan to enjoy his last few nights as champion. Then Moose returns. Moose comes out and congratulates. Well, actually, he congratulates Swan. Just one congratulate, not multiple congratulates. He says he's going to give Swan some advice. Then he says, you should be prepared for Omega as he's a god. But Swan, you already beat me, and I'm a wrestling god. So Moose says, yeah, that advice I was going to give you, you better beat Omega. But if you don't, you will pay the price. Kira Hogan took on Jordan Grace, which ended in a DQ, and Fire and Flavor started attacking Jordan Grace until Rachel Ellering made her debut to come out and help Jordan Grace. So Ellering will be the tag team partner for Grace at the pay-per-view. Finn Juice with a promo. Juice is still annoying. That's all I took from that. With Eric Young and Eddie Edwards being in the main event. With Eric Young getting a roll-up victory. And we go off the air with the 8 of them brawling to set up their match at the pay-per-view. This brings us on to Rebellion.
Oh, Rebellion. Oh, Rebellion.
It's a nice theme song you have there.
That was the old WWF Rebellion theme song.
Is that how it went?
Yeah. Basically, when you take the lyrics away, you get
Luke Gallows' theme song?
Luke Gallows' theme music, yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yep.
I did not even know the red lyrics, to be honest.
Well, there's not very many. It's yeah, Rebellion, yeah, Rebellion. That's that.
The more you know. I know, like, see when Luke Gallows used to... When Luke Gallows used to come out to that theme song, I was like, I know that fucking theme. Hold on a second. In fact, like, funnily enough, during some of Low-Key's, like, kind of dark matches, like, for some reason he used to get an entrance and theme music and all that. Low-Key used to come out to the Insurrection theme song. Which is a knockoff of a real song.
A lot of them were before they started getting people to actually pay people to use their license their songs.
Yeah. Oh God, what was it? It was a song called Machine Head, not by the band Machine Head. But see, as soon as you listen to it, you know
it's
hear
a Machine Head song.
No, it's not a Machine Head song. The song is called Machine Head.
Aye, but it sounds very much like a Machine Head song. It's like a Jimmy Hart special where he changes like one or two notes.
Hold on, I'm gonna get the band. If feel free to work at any point, phone. Right. Machine Head song.
Good luck Googling that.
Yeah. I know, yeah. What a dumb fucking... Yep. Of course it comes up with Machine Head. Machine Head's song is by English rock band Bush. There you go. So there's a song called Machine Head by the band Bush. And then as soon as you hear it, it starts with essentially the insurrection theme. And there's that. So your opening match of Rebellion was TJP, Josh Alexander, and Ace Austin for the X Division Championship in a triple threat match. So, Robbo, you had Ace Austin in this one?
Don't remind me.
Oh, we both have a bit of told you so's in this. So.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Which is what I was thinking throughout the pay-per-view. And then there was a few where we were both like, we both said it with the same person. We were both fucking wrong.
See?
So we went in with, there was a monkey flip by Ace into Josh using TJP, obviously, who attempted a powerbomb, but Ace attacks Josh, allowing TJP to get a Rana, which was a nice little sequence of the three of them working together. I was going to say Alexandra, Jesus Christ. Alexander with a Russian leg sweep and superplex off the top rope on both opponents. There was a Mamba Splash for 2 by TJP as Josh breaks up the fall by locking in the ankle lock. TJP counters into the knee bar, and then Josh Alexander locks the ankle lock on Ace to make a submission centipede.
Submission centipede.
Ace gets a double fold while P is on Josh's back for 2 as P breaks a pin. Alexander gets the pile driver on P for 2 after Ace attempts the fold and then is caught by Josh. Josh with the ankle lock, but another Mamba Splash on Josh gets 2 as Fulton breaks the count. P is sent out of the ring on top of Fulton. This allows Josh Alexander to hit the Divine Intervention pile driver one more time to become the new X Division champion. What did we think?
This was good. I liked it. Was quite different for your average triple threat, because normally it's fuck the first guy out of the ring, so it's just a one-on-one match. But it kind of felt organic in a way that sort of kind of felt like all three were sort of in the match at all times.
And there was a lot of really good spots between the three of them as well. So
yeah. Like that. I thought it was more of a back, like a super backplex instead of a Russian leg sweep. Like he was doing like the back suplex off the top while doing a superplex to TJP.
Yeah, admittedly for that, I was kind of just going with what the commentators were saying.
Yeah. But it can. I mean, the way that his arms were, right? Okay, It could be both.
Yeah.
As my pet American would say, "Porque no los dos."
That's weird for an American to say.
Yep, it's like one of our favourite sayings. It's why can't it be both? Why can't it both be a Russian leg sweep and a back suplex?
Can it be both?
Porque no los dos?
I like it. There was a Violent by Design promo afterwards with Rhino, who had his calling the shot cup for what seems like the first time ever.
No, he's been carrying it about for a while since he's been with Violent by Design.
Has he? I've never noticed, and this was the first time that I noticed.
No, he has it.
Okay. Well, I guess I stand corrected in that one. But in this promo, Young seems to be talking to someone. He sort of says, "You're not part of the design, but you're ready for this opportunity. And if you do what I know that you can, or what you're capable of, then I'm sure you'll be fine." And so we get into the second match, which was James Starr and Chris Sabin, Willie Mack and Eddie Edwards taking on Violent by Design. So Violent by Design come out, and then this is when I noticed that not only is Eric Young not in gear, he has a big old fucking knee brace. This is when... Yes. This is when he points to the entrance. And then this name flashes on the screen. Like, what the fuck? Morrissey? What, the singer of the Smiths? Question mark? I'm not even sure. And then the former Big Cass wanders out. And so W. Morrissey will take the place of Eric Young in this match. So he is not violent by design, but he is the surrogate for Eric Young.
Can I go on a wee sidebar here for just a wee second?
By all means.
Fuck Chris motherfucking Hughes. Fuck him in the ass with a rusty nailed dildo.
I mean, you could say that for about half a dozen different things, but why specifically?
For fucking posting stuff in the group chat.
Oh, yeah. He did post.
Right after he sent that in the group chat, I muted our group chat and I muted you on Messenger until Rebellion was done.
Ah.
Well, until I finished watching Rebellion.
Yeah. To be honest, he didn't post it during the pay-per-view, but he did post before it saying
he was going to debut.
Not just debut, but he will debut immediately.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, I wish this was a surprise. Because, I mean, if I had known, I would have had like a moderate pop.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, he looks fucking great.
Yeah, he is back in an absolutely incredible shape.
He's really sorted himself out because he was having some trouble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like he got he gained a bit of weight, and then he was also struggling with like there was that one time where he collapsed at a sign-in or a con or something like that, like a year or two ago, and it was like in a real bad way.
Yeah, I'm happy that he's got himself into good shape and hope he's doing well physically and mentally.
He seems like he is now.
He looks, when he came out and he was basically had like that 46 pack.
Yeah, Jesus.
And just towering over everybody. I was like, oh my God. Vince is going to fucking hate himself for letting you go.
Mm-hmm. All because you beat up a small person that one time.
Yep. So after seeing this, I want to see him versus Joe Doring.
Yeah. Because that was the thing I was thinking is like they purposely mentioned you're not part of Violent by Design, so like kind of get that out of your head right away that he's part of this faction. This is kind of a one night thing.
It might be this was his tryout or something.
Yeah, maybe this was.
Ringerman.
Yeah. But could you imagine the two of them, Big Joe Doring and W. Morrissey, like in the same faction? Now that's a tag team.
Excuse me while I pull my shorts round my ankles.
Hell, I may even fucking join you.
Wait, the now to spit in my horn.
And we're ready to ride.
Yep.
So there's one point where James Storm is on the top rope and Morrissey hits a big boot, knocking Storm off the top rope. But just because he's that goddamn tall, just throwing that goddamn leg up there and booting someone on the second rope. And James Storm isn't even this like a short man. Never mind the fact that he's on the second rope.
Aye, he's about 6'2", 6'3". He's about heights with me.
Yeah.
Imagine me standing on the fucking second rope, and I'm a relatively tall person.
Yeah. I know
That's something.
you're one of the few people that I know that engulfs me.
Yeah.
Sabin and Eddie with dives respectively on Morrissey and Doring, finally taking them down. Willie Mack attempts to dive on Morrissey, but Morrissey puts a stop to it. All the wrestlers are fighting on the outside as Sabin superplexes Diener and himself on top of the pile. Mack has a stunner on Diener, but Diener rolls out the ring as Morrissey comes back in. Morrissey and Mac then have a stare down as they go at it. There's a big boot to Mac, and then the East River Crossing gets the victory for Violent by Design. Kind of interesting that he still keeps the name of his old finisher, the East River Crossing, but I suppose obviously it still is permanent to him from where he lives, so
yeah,
is what it is. Then Morrissey continues to attack Mac after the bell. And when
I was getting worried here.
It was very moose-like.
My pick was Violent by Design, and I thought they were going to reverse the decision.
Oh, yeah. I don't even remember who I picked for this one, to be honest.
I think you picked Violent by Design as well.
I think I had a few with you. I can't remember if this was one or not. But the excellent camera work, for once, I'm going to say, for a live Impact pay-per-view, is the amazing shot of Morrissey standing in the ring on his own and all of Violent by Design up on the top of the ramp celebrating together to kind of show that there's still a divide.
Yeah. And basically, they were basically just head level with him, and he was in the foreground. Oh.
Yeah.
But to be honest, production-wise, this is one of the best Impact live pay-per-views that they've done.
There was only one thing that I could think was a flub, and then realised that it wasn't a flub at all, and we'll get to it when we get to it.
Yeah, I saw or heard no flubs.
Yeah, but everything kind of came off without a hitch tonight.
Yeah, congratulations, Impact. You've made it, kids.
Yeah, you've actually done a pay-per-view without, looking at Botchamania.
Yeah.
The third match of the card was Matt Cardona taking on Brian Myers.
Uh-oh.
Spaghetti hose.
I'll talk about it more once we finish talking about the match.
Okay.
I have an update.
Okay, sweet. So Myers offers a handshake and then flips off Cardona. You can't see it, but I'm doing it too. So Cardona sets up for the running boot at one point on Myers, but Myers gets out the ring. Cardona then hits the boot through the ropes and then follows up with radio silence on the ramp. Striker flubs at one point and then says Kurt Hawkins and then catches himself.
Yeah, I heard that. Was that what you were talking about?
I've already forgot what I was referencing. Oh, no. It's much later on. It's I think it's after the women's title match is the flub that I'm referencing. Myers with an insane sounding spear on the outside. Like just the fucking meat on that one, just boom.
That was an old school, I don't give a shit about my neck spear edge.
Yeah. Back before he needed to kind of protect said neck.
Yeah.
Then Myers hits an elbow for the 2 count. Cardona hits the Unprettier or the Hot Mess.
I liked the Laurel Van Ness shout out.
Yeah.
I thought it was cute.
I wonder what she's doing these days.
I don't know, but I did see that they're already fucking basically teasing Slammiversary 2 this year.
Yeah.
Who's showing up? Who's going to be there?
Several superstars have been released.
Yeah. You'd think WWE would learn their lesson not to release folk just in time for fucking Slammiversary, where they're going to get a big number because folk are going to watch to see who shows up.
Exactly. So we'll finish the match and I'll kind of get into that a little bit more. Cardona goes for the radio silence, but Myers throws him over his head. Cardona crumbles and starts holding his knee. There's a big dilly-dally sort of here. Myers helps up Cardona. Looking like bygones will be bygones. Nah, Gladiato. And then Myers sets up, hits the roster cut, gets the victory.
It's a pretty nasty spot.
Uh-huh.
They had to put Cardona's kneecap back into place after the match.
That's fucking disgusting. That was real.
Yeah, that injury was real, yeah.
Oh, you son of a bitch. That's gross.
They had to put his kneecap back into place.
Oh, motherfucker.
We will know on Thursday whether it's a serious injury or not.
Oh, that's gross.
Basically, see if Cardona doesn't wrestle this week on Impact.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to see him on TV for a bit because they do tape like a month's worth of television in like the space of a week.
Yeah.
So if he's not on this Thursday, then he's out until at least June before we see him back on television.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, because I wondered, and to be honest, they did show the replay, and I was like, when they showed the replay in slow motion of the impact of Cardona's leg.
Yeah, I felt sick watching it.
Oh yeah, that thing bent in an awkward angle, definitely. To the point where it's like, I don't think that was fake.
No, he said on Twitter that they had to put my kneecap back into place.
Jesus Christ.
And he was going for further tests.
Well, all the best to him.
Yep. Clearly, he was lying.
The fact that in that aspect that he was still willing to finish the match at that point.
Yeah, I think this was like their first proper one-on-one match in like any major company.
Yeah, because Ken alluded to in the one-man episode, I was like, I think this is the first time that they've wrestled each other than probably fucking throwaway matches in main event or superstars where like it meant absolutely nothing. So this was the first time where this match, if it had happened before, was meant on something.
Platform. Yeah, it was on a big platform as well. But Matt Cardona is a fucking liar, telling us that he's always ready.
Well, he's always ready until, his kneecap decides to separate from the rest of him.
Do a 180.
Fuck. Hold on. Oh my god, I'm gonna need to fucking catch myself a little bit here. Okay. Fucking poor lad, man. That's been two people now that have came in and had like really, really bad injuries. Obviously Heath and now Cardona.
I don't think that I don't think his injuries as bad as what Heath's was, because Heath essentially has basically had to teach himself how to walk again.
Yeah.
Whereas if everything's okay, it just sounds like a dislocation.
At best, yes.
Like if they've had to move the kneecap back into place, then it's a dislocation. But they also need to check to make sure nothing else was affected, no tears, no strains, anything like that. So hopefully he's okay.
Oh, aye, yeah, fingers crossed, man. But Jesus, like, I was wondering whether or not, but when they again, as I said, when they showed that replay, I was like, oh, that was not your standard fake bend kind of thing.
Especially when we just saw it in NXT this week as well with James Drake. When he faked it.
Yeah, exactly. That was kind of what I was thinking, was just because the whole part of this was like me kind of thinking that's like, is Cardona trying to beat oh my god, I've forgotten his name. Myers. Is Cardona trying to beat Myers at his own game by pretending he's injured and then maybe sneak up a roll up or something? And then Myers just wins.
Yeah, before I seen the replay, what I maybe thought was it's a way for Myers to get a win over Cardona with sort of underhanded tactics.
Yeah, attacking a person while they're injured, air quotes, and it's like, no, it turns out he was actually injured, and the fact that he was, willing to the fact that he was willing to be able to finish the match by getting not one but two lariats.
Yeah.
Because especially when he had to get up on his own accord for that second one, and you could see him struggling, so it was kind of like, man, he's really selling this well. And I was like, no, because he wasn't fucking selling. His kneecaps, like, not where it's supposed to be.
No, my dad kind of done a similar injury when he was younger playing football. He was late teens. He was playing on a ash football pitch when it was raining. And the ball went the other way, so we stopped and turned round. So he turned round, but his leg didn't turn round with him.
Oh, no.
And basically fucked his knee up.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, so moving on swiftly. Tony, Jared, Julian, and Aubrey are all in the house. Demorne joins and kind of says he wants an Impact ref involved in this because Tony Khan says that Aubrey will be the referee for the main event. So we're going to have two referees reffing the main event, which was...
I understand where Tony's coming from. You can't trust a Hebner. But at the same time, you're in fucking House Impact.
Yeah, and to be honest, other than one spot, Aubrey didn't do anything.
I think that was the point, like, to show that Aubrey is such a fucking honest official.
Yeah, we'll get back to her when we get to it. Fire and Flavor took on Jordan Grace and Rachel Ellering for the Impact Women's Tag Team Championships.
And the winner of the worst ring gear ever, Rachel Ellering.
Aww. Poor girl.
Ugh. I don't even know what it was.
So, was it the look of the gear? Or was it because it didn't flatter her figure?
Oh, no, it wasn't. Nothing to do with her figure, absolutely not. It's just the look of her gear. It was, ugh.
Fair enough. I at least like the fact that the two of them are color coded.
Yeah, they looked like a tag team. I appreciated that, but it was just, come on, Rachel, you look as though you're ready to go into aerobics.
Yeah, it did look like she was going to go to the gym.
Aye, she's got her wee gutties on, where we soaked up above the trainers, over the top of her leggings. Ugh.
Yeah, it's kind of alluded to, like, the last time that I seen Rachel Ellering, like, I wasn't a big fan of her. She done alright in this match, I must admit. Like, I feel like she's finally maybe became that bit better. Because she's kind of one of those people that's always kind of put in a bit of a pedestal for being a second generation wrestler, but that doesn't mean you're good exactly.
They also say that wrestling talent can be shared, like, what's
genetically?
No. Wrestling talent can be transmitted sexually. Remember AJ Lee said that?
Yeah.
I mean, with her boyfriend, I don't know if they're married now or not, but if he helps train her, she could be fucking top notch.
Okay, so who's her boyfriend?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
No! Sweet.
I would like him to show up on Impact.
Yeah, that would be a great get, actually.
Have a fucking decent run.
Yeah, I would not be opposed to that at all.
Make up for fucking WWE dropping the ball on him.
A second time. So Jazz joins Grace and Ellering for this match.
I say, to be honest, I didn't think Jazz was coming out, say, because of Rachel's t-shirt. I thought Kylie Ray was coming back.
What was Rachel's t-shirt?
Something smile style.
Oh yeah, no, I think that's her gimmick.
I know, but Kylie Ray sort of
Yeah.
stuck in my head. And I thought maybe, this might be her just saying a wee, "Hi guys, I'm okay. Don't worry about me. Everything's all right."
I wish she would. I wish she would let us know that she was okay.
Yeah.
For girl. So at one point in the match, early on, Kira grabs a headlock, and then Ellering just stands up straight and just takes Kira off the ground, and just kind of standing there with her hands on her hips, just like, get off me, bro.
Aye. It was pretty impressive.
Which was pretty awesome. Fire and Flavor get a double suplex on Grace, and Grace lands on her fucking tailbone. Kira with a big boot accidentally hitting Steels, and Grace gets a spine buster to tag Rich back in. Rich goes for an STO on Hogan, but then she just kind of stops, then kind of turns around, knocks Steels off the apron, then goes back and hits the STO. I don't know if that was kind of a missed spot where she was meant to knock Steels off the apron first or something, or it was just it was a bit odd. Yeah,
maybe she forgot, for a brief second.
Mm-hmm.
She made up for it.
Yeah, totally. Rich holds Hogan on her knees as Grace hits a senton. Rich is on the apron at one point as Grace sends Steels over the top rope to the outside, and as Steels flies over, she hits a cutter on Ellering on the apron, which was fucking badass. And then the end of this match was really fucking weird. With Grace and Tasha, they were just fighting on the outside, and then just out of nowhere, Rachel hits this fisherman's power bomb, I guess, and then just gets the victory. Like, it felt very abrupt.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. What I was meaning when I said that Rachel made up for it was say that weird twisting leg drop.
Oh yeah.
That was cool as fuck.
Yeah, that actually was, yeah. One of the few things I didn't actually take a note of, funnily enough. But yeah, like I actually quite enjoyed that. It was pretty badass.
Well, the match had the Boricua badass in it, so
Uh-huh. Yeah, well, new champions. I suppose like I mean, it's a literal brand new tag team that are one of them literally making their debut, so it's something. I appreciate them having a new tag team as tag team champions, but I guess we'll see how it goes. That's pretty much all I'm going to say about this.
yeah, because there only really is 2 fucking tag teams in the division right now.
Yep, but maybe in a month or two there might be at least another one.
Wouldn't that be ironic?
Ironic. Obviously, I'm probably going to assume that Laurel Van Ness is going to show back up on Impact for many obvious reasons.
Well, she has many options because she's got friends everywhere.
Yeah, but she has one boyfriend.
Who is welcome to work in another promotion as well.
Ah. But with that, anyway, like the kind of question I was going to ask though was, who would you have Laurel Van Ness team with when she comes back? Laurel Van Ness obviously being Chelsea Green. It depends on whether or not she comes back as Laurel Van Ness or not, but you know.
Well, I mean, that's what she's known as in Impact.
Yeah.
So I could see her going back to being Laurel Van Ness.
In fact, like I did see like there was this awesome fucking photo that she put up on Instagram like kind of recently, and it was her with the kind of half smudged makeup and the half braids gear, and then the half like Chelsea Green gear with all like the nice makeup. So it was a very nice kind of like half and half thing.
Yeah, she done that for All In a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so.
Oh, but like she can work off that sort of duality type gimmick because I mean, Impact's basically known for it now with Sue Young having many different personalities, and so I think maybe a program with Sue would be pretty awesome.
Yeah, and the two of them.
Laurel Van Ness was basically a psycho fucking bride that never got married, so the gimmicks kind of fit in with each other.
Yeah, because they're both brides.
Yes, Bride Wars.
That's why they may call the match. God, I had somebody in mind actually. In fact, why not have them be a tag team? Sue Young, Laurel Van Ness, Brides of War.
You could even fuck with it even more and have like the two of them do like the personality swaps. Like, say for example, like they're getting into like a big fucking match and a big feud with someone, almost like the sort of demon persona where they turn into like their psycho selves. But normally, when it's like normal, it's like
have like Chelsea Green being fun loving, and then she meets Susie, and then they're like a sweet little bubbly tag team. And then
when shit gets real, they turn into like Laurel and Sue Young.
Yeah.
I think, fucking book it, Scott. Fucking book it.
We fucking nailed it.
And then the two are basically bipolar psychopaths.
Yeah. I'm in. I'm all in. So we have last man standing. Trey Miguel, the grumpy bastard, taking on Sammy Callahan.
bullshit. I call bullshit.
Some reasons, so do I. The end of this was a bit...
Sammy got up. He slapped. So it shouldn't have counted.
This was like that last man standing match between Ric Flair and Mick Foley that one time where Ric Flair got up, Flair flopped back down onto the mat, and then the referee continued the count, but
yeah,
Flair did stand up.
Yeah, Sammy got up, but he slapped on the table and fell back down again. Count should have been started. But I think it was meant to be like this. I think we're heading to a more violent, darker place.
Yeah.
These two.
Do you know what they should do just out of spite? Exploding deathmatch. And then actually have it happen properly. Definitely pre-record it would be the first example. So that if it doesn't go off properly, they could maybe redo the finish.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it'll go as far as exploding barbed wire deathmatch. I don't think anyone will do one of them for a long time after Revolution. Yeah.
So the first question that I do have here is, does Trey have new ink? Because I have not noticed that eagle on his chest before.
Yeah, he's getting his EST 1987 tattoo covered up. He's had it for a while where it's just been like the outline of the tattoo over it, so it's maybe not been that clear, but it's been getting filled in a bit more and more over the last few months.
It's just the eagle looks fucking weird, and it looks like the eagle is dabbing.
It maybe is.
Like it's so bad that like I spent half this match looking at Trey's chest.
Yeah, Trey might be grumpy, but his left tat's funky.
It's just like an eagle is like bah, dab. So the start of this match comes with Sammy body slamming Trey over the top rope to the outside. Trey goes for a dive on Sammy at one point, gets nothing but guardrail. Again, Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Callahan with a production box attempts to run into Trey, but Trey evades it. And then Sammy just like, all right, okay, there you go. There's a fucking power bomb on it instead. Sammy opens the crate and finds a chain inside, and then starts whipping him with it. Then grabs a wrench, puts it into Trey's mouth, just stretching his cheek, making him look all Joker-like. But then Sammy tries to smash Trey's hand with the wrench on some chairs as we get back into the ring. Again, Trey evades and then hits the rampage on said chairs, the rampage being Paige's odd finisher. Funnily enough, that's not the first time that we've brought her up tonight. I don't know what the rest of the name of the move is, or the other names of the move, so rampage is what I went for. Trey's body slammed on the upside down legs of a table, which, like, is just, that's gruesome, to be honest. The very unique way that they use an upside down table.
That was the most hack-it spot I've ever seen.
It's just the way that like he lands on it, and then just the way that he's just left there, hanging upside down, back bent, just like.
I've never seen that. I've never seen a table being used that way. So definite thumbs up for their creativity.
Yeah. Then they move to the outside. Sammy hits a pile driver. No, beg your pardon. Sammy hits a pile driver off the top rope onto a table that didn't break, which arguably I think is even worse than if it did break.
Yeah. I like the fact that it didn't break.
But Jesus Christ, was that even fucking scarier?
Yeah.
This is where Trey...
Impact have got a budget and they're buying decent tables that will only break when you blow them.
Maybe a little too decent now. Or just like Tony Storm, where she just cleans shit off a table and it fucking collapses.
Exactly. What would you rather?
I mean, I'd probably collapse if Tony Storm was anywhere near me, so... But that's neither here nor there.
Whereas when Sammy Callahan gets anywhere near me, I get harder.
You become a Japanese table by the end of it.
Right. Breaky, Bobby.
Very, very breaky. Very, very breaky, beachy. This is the part where Trey rolls at the ring, and he gets on his fleeps at the last second to break the count. Sammy then sets up the stairs on their side and attempts to powerbomb Trey off of the steps through a table that's set up on the outside. Trey counters, so Sammy just grabs his nards. Then Sammy hits a pile driver, and I couldn't figure out exactly where the impact came from. Was it on the stairs? Was it on the apron? I guess it was kind of a combination of both.
Yeah.
Then Sammy puts the stairs on top of Trey, and we get to about an 8 count. Trey comes from under the ring, and then I like how Sammy's just standing there watching the ref, waiting for the 10 count, and when the ref stops, he's like, go on, finish. And then the ref is like, turn around.
It was very pantomime. It was, he's behind you, and Sammy's like, oh no, he's not.
Oh yes, he is. Big cutter through the table. Then, as the count happens, as you kind of alluded to right at the beginning of the match, Sammy gets up, slips, falls back down, and then just like that, it ends. I thought this was very anticlimactic.
As I said at the start, I think we're going to a more violent, darker place with this.
Yeah.
No way that Sammy's going to let this one lie.
It was odd. It was an odd finish.
But the question then is, how the fuck do you stretch this to Slammiversary in July? I know they do the Impact specials every month, but this match to me, if you're going to do it again, you're going to raise the stakes more, it really has to be an actual pay-per-view.
Yeah, well, like later on, they do mention 2 other Impact Plus specials that are going to happen between now and Slammiversary, so I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if they even will.
Yeah, I feel like the end of the musical episode of Buffy. Where do we go from here?
Unless they can take a bit of a break from each other. And then, like, Sammy can stew on it for a wee bit, and then maybe closer to Slammiversary, he's like, I'm not done with you.
Yeah, you could do that. Maybe just have Sammy disappear for a bit.
Yeah. That wouldn't be bad. Like, because some of the best Sammy returns are, well, some of the best Sammy appearances, I should say, are when he returns after a good period of being away.
Yeah, taking some time off, recuperating, working out his next plan.
Yeah. So backstage we had a Swan interview. He kind of says this is the biggest match of my career, but it's also the biggest match of Kenny's because all the gold is on the line. and we're also in Impact's house tonight. So if you think that I'm going to lose an Impact in my house, then you got another thing coming. This brings us on to Finjuice versus the Good Brothers for the Impact World Tag Team Championships.
Yeah. Happy beers.
And I'm surprised because this match wasn't even that long.
Nah, I think they're back in Impact for a wee bit now.
Which was my questioning in the one-man band episode.
The way that things are sort of planned out just now in New Japan, there's nothing really for Finjuice to do at the minute.
Okay.
So they've got the option of working on Strong in California and doing Impact now.
Okay.
Because the tag, it seems like the number one contenders just now for the tag belts are Dangerous Takers.
Mm-hmm.
If Zack Sabre Jr. can beat Tangaloa in a one-on-one match.
Okay.
Because they seem really high on Tangaloa just now, and Taichi and Tamatonga are actually going to have a ladder match.
For
the Iron Fingers from Hell.
Iron Finger.
And it'll only be like the second ladder match that New Japan's done.
When does that happen?
Wrestling Dontaku, night 1.
I mean, watch that match. Pacific.
What is it? I think it's night 2. No, it's night 1. It's night 1 because the main event of night 2 is Will Ospreay defending the IWGP Heavyweight Championship against Shingo Takagi.
Ooh.
And you'll never believe this one. Night 1, the main event, Hiroshi Tanahashi defending the Never Championship against Jay White.
Okay. Is that the first time the Never Openweight title was main evented a big show?
No. It main evented this year on the first night of the New Beginning main shows.
Mm-hmm.
When Tanahashi won the belt.
Ah.
And because they've basically merged the heavyweight and the IC championships into this IWGP World Heavyweight Championship.
Uh-huh.
The Never belt just now is kind of like the seconds.
The new number 2?
Yeah, it's the new number 2 because Mox isn't there with the US Championship.
Which I still don't understand about the decision of Mox retaining that title.
Well, I thought that it was maybe going to defend on Strong.
But
with the winner of the New Japan Cup USA winning a new belt that they've made for Strong, the Strong title, the Strong Openweight Championship, it's kind of like, right, okay, so are we just waiting on this belt until New Japan can come back over to America and start doing the tours again?
Or vice versa?
Well, I don't think Mox will be going over to Japan anytime soon with Renee.
Yeah, about Pop.
Yeah. I'm not really sure on when she's due, but I know it's not too long. And for Mox to go to Japan, he has to basically spend 2 weeks in quarantine before he does anything.
Yeah, well, that obviously brings back the whole point of why don't they have it on Strong more?
Yeah.
Is there anything else of excitement happening on these shows that you want to hit us up with before we get into the next match?
We've got a new member of the United Empire. That's Will Ospreay's faction.
Enlighten us.
The renamed Aaron Hinari, formerly known as Toa Hinari, perennial jobber, is now looking kinda shit hot. Because we don't know if he's just going to be the guy to take the pins, but his new gear sort of colour codes with cops. So I don't know if they're going to be like the tag team then within United Empire. There's also, I think, the finals for the New Japan USA Cups this week on Strong, and then the winner of that will be a Strong Openweight champion. I'm not all that caught up yet, so I don't even know who's in the final. What else have we got? Okada is going to challenge whoever wins out of Ospreay and Shingo at the Tokyo Dome at the end of May.
I think that show is definitely something that I'm going to take a look at. So when that thing comes around, I think we'll be reviving our other series.
They're also doing a show at another baseball stadium 2 weeks before it. That's the first half of Wrestling Grand Slam.
We got anything for that yet?
Nothing. We'll probably not know anything until after Wrestling Dontaku is done.
Right. Well, you can keep us abreast of that situation.
Who the number one contenders are. Yo came back.
Yeah, I did see that.
And Roppongi 3K won the belts, the junior tag belt away.
Oh, good for them.
Being Ken Haru. And Yo is challenging Despi for the junior heavyweight championship at one of the Dontaku.
That has potential.
We've been getting some defences on these Road 2 shows.
That's kind of rare. What titles have we had?
It's the Never 6-man belts have been main eventing.
Okay.
And the champions just now are Ishii, Goto, and Yoshihashi. And they've basically been defending them at these Road 2 shows since like September.
See, that's good. That's like a perfect use for those titles, is the fact that they are, I mean, to be honest, they are admittedly kind of nothing titles. No offense, but they are. And
the matches for the belts since the Chaos Trio won them in September have been fucking great. They've defended them against like G.O.D. and Jay White and all that.
And this is exactly what these titles needed, because when they announced these belts and they had like hodgepodge teams of like, I mean, Jesus, your first champions were the Briscoes and Toru Yano, and it's like, yeah, what a fucking great combination that they were.
Mm-hmm. They were almost hot potato belts as well. Anytime basically defended, they were new champions away. But this Chaos Trio are the second longest reigning champions behind LIJ, Evil, Sanada, and Bushi. So
it's an action-packed time in New Japan by the sounds of things.
It's really good. Again, with the Road 2 shows, you kind of get a lot of the same. But it's still quite interesting. It's just kind of hard to keep track just now with the Road 2 shows getting put up on a delay in English.
Yeah.
So I could be sitting like caught up, and then I have to wait like 5 days for the next show, and then it's right. Okay, I'll just wait until I've got like a few, and then next thing I know, I've got 20 fucking shows to watch.
Oh, and that's one like whenever I tried to. Yeah, well, yeah, that as well. But that's what I used to be like when I used to try and keep up with the G1 back when I was like quite the New Japan fan.
But
Like
they have
the
said,
G1 used to just happen every day, and like there was one time where I was going over to a few friends to watch the final. We were all going to watch it together, and I was still about 4 days behind. So I actively woke up at like 6 o'clock in the morning and churned through all of the G1 matches so that by the time I was ready to go to theirs to watch the final, like I had caught up. But it was absolutely brutal because of how far behind I was.
I hope that they do the G1 this year like they did last year, where basically you had an opening match with the Young Lions and then you were right into G1 matches.
I know it's like that's what they used to do. I remember was like the G1 was maybe about 8 shows, and they sometimes it used to be like 4.5, 5 hours. But I would probably prefer sitting watching 8, 4.5, 5 hour shows than watching what 20 odd 3 hour shows.
Because normally in recent years they've been doing the preview matches for the block that's not wrestling, where they'll wrestle in tag matches. But last year they just had a nice sweet spot where the shows were between 2.5 and 3 hours, and you were getting 6 matches on the card.
There's your sweet spot. Do that more.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, that's perfect. That would make me watch the whole G1 if that was the case.
Ibushi seems to be going into a feud with Cobb.
Ooh.
Because after Ospreay beat Ibushi clean at Sakura Genesis, after the match, Cobb just gave him a tour of the islands just because.
Hmm. That's
So
not fair.
it gives them something to do, and Cobb's been an absolute fucking machine since Wrestle Kingdom. 9 times out of 10, if there's a tag match, a trios match with the United Empire, Cobb gets the win.
Mm-hmm.
Cobb's the one making the pinfall.
I mean, Cobb is the shit, so. Which is why I don't understand that he's in. I mean, obviously, no disrespect to New Japan, but don't know why he's in a more prominent position in like an American company.
Well, I think he has that option. I think he had that option with AEW, but I think his heart's in Japan just now, where he's in a prominent position now, and he's actually treated the way that he should be.
Yeah, the way that he seems fit.
Because I mean, before Hanare joined the Empire, they were basically like the top faction in New Japan, with there only being 3 of them. The 3 of them together have been so dominant, to the point where fucking Okan eliminates Naito in the first round of the New Japan Cup.
Yeah, what is that?
By referee stoppage. The referee stopped the match because Okan was basically just kicking utter shit out of him and put him into a submission.
Like, that's baffling, honestly. Like, they're really getting behind these guys, clearly.
Okan's something special.
And it's weird that I seen one of his first ever matches under the gimmick. It's so bizarre. And then I was like, I mean, he wasn't really anything yet. I think like this was the thing of he was kind of figuring out the character, so the character wasn't where it is now and all that kind of jazz.
Yeah. I'll go back to the New Japan Cup for just another wee second, just to sort of help us get back into Impact. Just was eliminated first round by Kenta.
Okay.
Whereas David Finlay made it to the semi-finals. And he got into the semi-finals, beating Jay White clean in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that, and I was like, "Are you fucking serious?" Fucking Jay White, like, I mean, I may not like Jay White, but like, you can't deny the fucking rise of that guy in New Japan. And
yeah, he's a top guy in New Japan.
Yeah, easily.
What I was going to ask you is watching them in Impact, do you rate Finlay more over Juice wrestling wise, or is it just because you don't like Juice?
See, if you take away all the annoyingness, Juice ain't a bad wrestler, but I definitely can say, and this is even going back because I watched the rise of Finlay when he was a young boy and then turning eventually into Finlay now that we see. Like, I probably would say that I always liked Finlay more easily.
Yeah.
And it's quite interesting to sort of hear this kind of rundown, the fact that like Finlay is so prominent now that he's trusted going over a former IWGP champion and someone that was in the main event of the second night at the Tokyo Dome this year and going over him absolutely clean is like it's insane, but like it shows that they really do trust that guy. But Finlay has been in New Japan for so long that like they clearly have, again, as I say, like the absolute trust in this guy and knows that like his heart is with New Japan and he may be doing all this other hoopla and Impact and all that kind of jazz just now for extra stuff to do. But like, yeah, like Finlay's clearly in New Japan for the long run at this point.
There's rumours that he's actually going to be in the G1 this year.
And I mean, after the run in the New Japan Cup, I feel like he fucking absolutely deserves it. Mm-hmm. Hey, he was the winner of the C Block that 1 year.
Yeah, the winner of the he's still wanting to defend the C Block because last year there was an unofficial C Block where Kevin Kelly said he's paying close attention to this between the Young Lions, and it was Yota Tsuji that won. So I think maybe for G1 next year, I don't think he's not going to win G1 this year. So maybe on like the last night, have a special one-on-one match with him and Tsuji for like King of the C Block over like the last 2 years.
I mean, yeah, I'm not seeing Finlay ever winning. Well, not right now. I should probably say. I don't want to ever say he won't ever win the G1 because I mean, Jesus, fucking 5 years down the road, it could be the biggest star in fucking New Japan. Yeah. But like, I feel like if he gets into the G1 this year, especially if he's in like the same block as Jay White, there's always going to be that fear of, oh, well, he's beaten Jay White before. He done it absolutely as clean as a sheet. So that can be done again, and he could beat, any high-ranking, high points-winning wrestler and just be the absolute spoiler for their entire tournament.
I think if Finlay's going to be in G1, he's going to take a lot more. He's going to lose more than he'll win. Because that's
the few wins that he has are going to be prominent to the entire tournament.
Yeah, you can see them having ripple effects. Yeah.
Yeah.
The G1, you do need people who are going to lose. So it's a hard one to kind of like, right, okay, who do we want to put in it? We want to have a sort of star-studded tournament, but we also don't want somebody to lose all the time either. But we also want folk to go on like good like wee runs as well.
Unless you got Honma.
No, Honma's never going to be in a G1. It was in the New Japan Cup this year, and it get put out first round, but he put in a good shift.
I know, but like the thing was with Honma a couple of years ago, he went through an entire G1 and never won a match, and then he made it to the next year's G1 and he never won a match and won like his last match, and everybody acted like he won the whole fucking thing because he finally won a match in the G1, which meant absolutely nothing because he beat someone else that was also out of contention.
Yeah.
But like when Honma won that match and finally got his first 2 points in the span of 2 years, everybody acted like he fucking won the thing. Like we were probably like seconds away from people jumping over the guardrail and hoisting them up on their shoulders.
I really like stuff like that in wrestling where it's just like, right, okay, it's Honma, cool, whatever. Then he wins or pulls out a pure hell of a shaft. And it's like, oh, holy shit. Especially someone like Honma.
Yeah, because he's always the one that always goes for his, like, his sort of dead drop headbutt and always misses it. And then, like, that one time where he hit it and everyone was like, ah!
9 times out of 10, he does miss the Kakashi.
Yeah. But the one time where he got it and it fucking mattered. It didn't matter, but it mattered in the grand scheme of things of just he won a match in the G1.
Mm-hmm.
The comeback is on.
So with the way that the landscape is just now in New Japan, there's sort of no spot for them just now. Mm-hmm. So they're better off being in Impact where they're on television.
Yeah. I suppose so. Like, may as well use them somewhere else than just having them farting about the lower card for no reason.
You'll probably find them in the next block of tapings for Strong as well, since they're over in America.
Why not? Again, just gets more work, more experience, more whatever it is you need.
And Strong's becoming a right good fucking show.
Mm. Plus, isn't it like TJP and all that still there?
TJP's still there. Tom Lawler, Chris Dickinson, Rocky Romero. Who else? Brody King, Hikuleo. Leo Rush is there just now.
Brody King's still with ROH at this point,
Yeah, he's still. The working agreement between New Japan and Ring of Honor is still a thing.
Honored? No pun intended.
Brody's basically came out of the ashes that was Villain Enterprises and created his own faction.
Okay.
Called Violence Unlimited. And it's got Chris Dickinson, some guy I've never heard of, and a returning Homicide.
Homicide.
And they're feuding with La Facción Ingobernable.
Roosh.
Yep.
Won't be the last time I'll mention Roosh tonight. So anyway, like, after that nice little side swipe to the land of the rising sun, we will talk about the representatives of New Japan as they defended the Impact World Tag Team titles against the Good Brothers. And again, this was not a very long match, so the notes are kind of scarce. There was a cannonball in the corner for Juice getting a 2 count. Finn Juice hit Phantasma's finisher with the running kind of kick and Russian leg sweep for 2. Finn Juice set up for the Doomsday, but Gallo takes Finn off the top. Good Brothers then hit their double back suplex for 2, the kind of reverse version of the Magic Killer. The Good Brothers set up for the Magic Killer, but Finlay comes in, tackles Carl Anderson, taking him out of the ring. And then just out of the absolute blue, Juice Robinson rolls up Gallows, gets the 3, and Finn just retain the tag team titles. Color me absolutely shocked. And this is an I told you so moment for you.
Well, it's not really an I told you so moment. See how for all the reasons that I just explained with the New Japan sort of catch up, That's why I thought that they would retain the belts, because there's nothing for them to do just now in New Japan, and they'll be happy.
And I mean, as I kind of said on the One Man Band podcast, if they were just going to go back to Japan, I don't see any point in them keeping the belts. But as now you've informed me, they don't have anything to do in New Japan. They're probably going to be here for a while. Yeah, like, obviously, if I knew that going in advance, I probably would have sided with you, but it is what it is. You can't win them all.
And I can't remember if I told you or not before, but remember I said that that's not their music when they were coming in the Impact. It's because they normally come out to Juice's music in New Japan that I've never actually heard Finlay's music, and that's Finlay's music.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you did tell us that.
I couldn't remember if I told you or not, but it seems as though everyone's on the side of Finlay than Juice right now.
Yeah, and I don't blame them.
She bitch.
I know. Okay, let's get through this. Danielle Dashwood took on Deonna Purrazzo for the Impact Knockouts Championship.
Yep.
Kimberly's back.
Yay!
Good for her. It was good to see her. Deonna out-wrestles Dashwood early on with the Goru Bomb submission and just locking in other different variations of submissions. Dashwood hits a crossbody off the top for 2 at one point. There's the Dashmite sandwich for another 2. Dashwood locks in the Muta lock, but both Susan and Kimber get on the apron. This causes Dashwood to break it. Then Caleb with a K comes round and starts pulling them off the apron. This then allows Kimber to throw Caleb with a K into the ring post. Dashwood hits the spotlight kick. 1, 2, and gets pulled off the cover by Kimber. Oh, rage. The Queen's Gambit was countered by Dashwood. And Dashwood also countered the armbar. But then Deonna eventually hits the Queen's Gambit. It's over. And I think I can say for both of us, this was a genuine shock on this one.
Yes and no. I mean, I kind of had my heart set on Tenille being Knockouts champion, but at the same time, I can't say that I'm surprised that Deonna wins again.
But I was really kind of thinking it had to be as well, because it felt like Dashwood was like hardly ever in matches, and this seemed like the first time that she won a match of any kind of prominence to get to this match. And I thought it would have been another kind of one of these things of she's now in a match of prominence for the belt, and I thought like, right, this has to be the start of something, and then she would kind of go back to the whole kind of way that she's been. So I don't know. I just thought it was really odd. Like I thought like I probably would have put money on Tenille Dashwood winning this match.
Like, she was my pick to win. I really enjoy Tenille, and I would love to see her with the Knockouts Championship someday. But Deonna's been such a dominant champion that it makes me think the last time there was a champion as dominant as Deonna's been was Kong. And with the news that a certain wild child was on the return, maybe do a wee repeat of that story where she takes down the dominant champion?
Yeah, because that's what I was going to ask was, who does take it from her, but obviously we've not gone to the aftermath. As Taylor Wilde makes her debut, or her re-debut, more specifically,
Return.
return to not just Impact, but her return to professional wrestling.
I liked that her gear was basically like a modern, updated version of the gear that she had. In, like,
Yes, the old sailor gear.
It's the old sailor gear, just more modern and updated.
This was the point where I thought there was a flub. Because she came into that kind of rock music, and I don't even want to call it a song, because it was not a fucking song. It was just some women rambling in the background, and I genuinely thought that maybe the ring mics were turned up enough that you could hear them calling spots when Taylor kind of stood in the ring and was like kind of facing off with those people, and I just heard like nah, 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 blah 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 blah. And I was like, oh my God, have they turned up the mics and we can hear them saying, okay, you do this, you do that. But then Taylor Wilde, she still looks absolutely incredible. She was always one of my, fucking love the girl in every conceivable way. Great wrestler. She takes out Kimber, she takes out Susan. Then her terrible theme music plays again. And then that's when I heard the air quote lyrics again. It's like, oh, so that was just her shitty theme song like playing in the background. So it wasn't them calling spots in the ring.
Yeah, I was quite disappointed with her theme song as well. I thought she was going to come out to...
What a fucking jam the old theme song was. I know, because like the thing is, like it very much implied that she was going to have a new gimmick. So I was kind of surprised when she came out to the old school gear. But then she comes out with the new theme song, and it was like, because I assumed like the way that she was kind of all dressed up, that she was going to come out in some kind of Rhea Ripley-esque, kind of darker black, sort of gothier gear.
I mean, it's our old gear, but it's done in that sort of style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as you were kind of alluding to, but it's just, I guess I was just expecting something very much different. But I mean, it is what it is. Taylor Wilde's back. I'm fucking ecstatic. Now all we need is Chrissy Vane to come back.
There was a spot in that match with Tenille and Diona where it looked as though she was going for either the Queen's Gambit or the Cosa Nostra, and you could see her like looked as though she was basically poking her bumhole. And Jordan Grace took the photo and put it up on Twitter and went, in there you thought it was Omega that got the extra numbers for the pay-per-view?
Nailed it.
Jordan Grace wins Twitter this week.
Yep. That should be a segment.
Who wins Twitter?
Twitter of the week. Or if we were doing this during the time that Seth Rollins was
being an asshole.
Yeah, he would be Twitter loser of the week.
Or just shit that Seth Rollins says.
Oh yeah. To be honest, we could have done a weekly segment over that for about 2 months. After the absolutely horrendous Becky Lynch and Seth Rollins versus Lacey Evans and Baron Corbin main event of Extreme Rules, when he comes online, is like, WWE has the best professional wrestling ever, period. It was like, shut the fuck up. Did you just see the match that you just had?
I mean, the best spot that you had in that match was Baron Corbin doing a move to Becky Lynch.
Exactly. Because it was
But
shocking, because that's not a thing that WWE do anymore.
Yeah, he basically raked fucking Ospreay through the coals and tried to basically humiliate him on Twitter.
No, I would say that Ospreay won that fucking argument.
I said he tried to.
Oh yeah, he tried. Yeah.
But then this year at WrestleMania, he pulls out all Ospreay's like new moves.
Mm-hmm.
He does the fucking Chelsea Grin. He does the fucking Pelly kick, X, Y, and Z.
Is the Chelsea Grin the one where he like jumps over and catches his leg and then does the reverse kick?
No, the Chelsea Grin is like a modified hidden blade. Do you know the hidden blade?
I don't think so. I'm trying to think. Like, explain
it. It's the move that he done to knock out Ibushi a couple of years ago at Wrestle Kingdom. That elbow where he just runs like that.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but Chelsea Grin's more like he's got him in like the position of a neck breaker. But then instead of doing a neck breaker, he just turns around and just forearms the fuck out the back of your head. He was doing that instead of the hidden blade because he's had some shoulder issues.
Mm-hmm.
So he can't really pull up the arm to sort of...
Bang.
So he does that instead to like the back of the head.
Okay.
But no, he's changed up a lot of his moveset since turning heel. He's still doing some flippy stuff, but not anywhere near the amount that he was doing as the aerial assassin. Now that
I feel like that's still. I feel like it still works for him to do flippy stuff, but like in a more kind of justified reason to do that kind of stuff. Like he'll do it when it's needed.
He doesn't do it anymore just for the sake of doing it because he's not the assassin anymore.
Yeah, no, that makes a ton of sense. Because as soon as you turn heel, you can't do all these flashy moves anymore. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, especially in like later matches, when all your shit that you do now doesn't work, maybe you'll break out some aerial assassin stuff that you don't do anymore and be like, oh, I think then that's the nice storyline kind of perspective of, oh, Ospreay's getting desperate.
I mean, he still does like the Oz cutter and stuff, but he's kind of been modifying it, like in tag matches. Having Cobb and just them two teaming up against Shingo and I want to say Bushi, and basically Shingo back body dropped Ospreay, but Cobb caught him, like sort of like the way you would carry like the bride over the threshold. And then just fucking launched him like that right into an Oscar. So he's still doing the moves, but he's getting about it by he's not actually like the one doing it. He's been like thrown into it.
He's not doing the flippy doos, the part of the move that makes it exciting.
Yeah. It's a lot of assistance from Cobb.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome.
Aye. Cobb's been a fucking standout though. But anyway, I think it's main event time.
Cobb has always been a standout, like any company that he's been in. But so we just before the main event, we get announced that May 15th, Under Siege is going to be the next Impact Plus extravaganza.
That's a new one.
Yes, it is.
And it sounds a lot like there's going to be some EEW involvement.
Yeah, because it's very war-esque. Because it's got all the kind of camo kind of font.
And if you remember when SmackDown invaded Raw, they tried to get the hashtag Under Siege.
Yeah.
A few years ago.
Which I don't think worked as well.
So I'm thinking it's maybe going to be like a show full of Impact versus AEW.
Let's do it. Hell yeah.
Fucking game.
Against All Odds will be Saturday, June 12th. Just 6 days before your boy's birthday.
Oh, I wonder what we'll be doing for your birthday.
It is on a Friday.
It's a Friday?
Friday. My birthday's on a Friday. I mean...
Alright, okay, I'm not the show's on a Friday, so I was going to say, right, cool, I better check and make sure I'm not bad shaft.
But I guess All Odds is on a Saturday. And then they announced Slammiversary will be in July.
As it's been for the last couple of years.
Yeah, that used to be the prominent June pay-per-view.
Yeah, because they started in like right at the end of June, didn't they?
Yeah, June 19th, 2002, the day after my 12th birthday.
That's actually my anniversary, the 19th of June.
What a big weekend we're going to have.
You better not be here for it.
Yeah, so we can swashbuckle.
Yeah, hell yeah. And I've got behind me, I don't know if you can see it, a shit ton of COVID self-testing that basically gives you your result. So we can fucking party like we wanna as long as we don't have COVID.
Fucking nailed it. But speaking of people that did nail it, Kenny Omega takes on Rich Swann for the AEW World Championship.
Before we get into the match, how did you feel about the commentary?
And the Impact World Championship and the TNA World Championship. My first note was, here we go. Morrow is here. However, there's only one that I can remember criticism that I gave Morrow during this match. It was a bit partway through the match, and there was a point where D'Lo clearly trying to, because D'Lo is kind of, I think he was more of the color guy that kind of comments about what happens in the ring, I think. Whereas Matt Striker's more of the background storyteller, kind of blah, blah, blah of the match. So D'Lo was trying to do his job at one point, and then Morrow just kind of spoke right over both of them. And there was a period where Morrow just rambled on as D'Lo kind of cut in, and then he just stopped, and then Striker tried to cut in, and he just kind of stopped because Morrow just didn't stop talking. That being said, though, and then I'm going to bring this up now so I don't bring it up any other time. What a fucking performance that Morrow did. Like this is the Morrow Ronaldo that I knew that he could be. None of these whole he dropped Kenny Omega like Taylor Swift just dropped her new album into the iTunes charts. It's like, no, he made this seem as if like this was the biggest match on the biggest show and the biggest fucking event ever. And because it kind of was, to be honest. And then he was even breaking out names, like various different variety name. Hold on, I'm going to take that fucking line again because I've fucking got myself a bit confused there. He brought out different names that like they used to call maneuvers. Like, and there was one point where Kenny Omega went for I think it was a doctor bomb, but Morrow called it the Dr. Wily bomb, and then mentioned how Kenny Omega was a massive gamer. So like it made sense because Dr. Wily, the antagonist of Mega Man. So being a big video game guy, of course, Kenny Omega would call a move after that. So, yeah, no, like I have to absolutely admit, Morrow was pretty damn awesome here.
I miss Morrow so much.
I don't.
He makes, like, the match didn't need any more fucking hype, but he hyped it up even more, and it had me on the fucking edge of my seat. And like you said, there was less pop culture references.
Which was the one thing that I always criticized him for was that, like, I've always kind of said that he can do a good job when he wants to, but he was allowed to do too much of that bullshit, and I hated that.
So do you think that maybe he was told to maybe say that stuff to try and appeal to a younger audience by Triple H and Vince when he was on SmackDown and NXT?
Well, he didn't do it much on SmackDown was the thing. It was only when he was in NXT. And I can't help but feel as if it was kind of the thing of Triple H was just like, you know what, you do you, and maybe he just done him a bit too much, is the argument that I maybe have.
I don't know, because Triple H, it seems, is trying to stay on trend with things by using like folk like Poppy and things and people like that on NXT to try and stay on trend.
But it was just like, right, so this is an odd conversation because, like, I don't understand. Like, I was going into this match dreading it purely for the fact that I thought, like, every 3 seconds he was going to do some shitty pop culture reference like he did in NXT, and he really didn't. Like, arguably one of the only cringy things he said was after the Dr. Wiley bomb. He says, "Oh, Kenny Omega is like a walking cheat code." And I was like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. But and then, like, he just kind of moved on from that, and that was like the only thing that I could think of that Kenny would go, ugh.
I think it's because Kenny is such a fucking gamer, and it kind of felt like whatever fucking Swan was going to do, Kenny had a fucking solution and an answer to.
It was he at least made some form of sense. Yeah.
The reference made sense, so
yeah.
I didn't really have a problem.
I know, but like, yeah, like that's the thing. I kind of just went, if, as opposed to, which is what I used to do with a lot of his commentary in NXT.
Yeah. I do feel bad though for Striker and D'Lo.
They got drowned out.
But the thing is, right, Impact must have known that they know how excited Morrow gets and how enthusiastic he is. That sometimes the excitement kind of like overtakes and he kind of forgets maybe like some polite social cues.
Yeah.
So it's kind of on them as well. They knew what they were bringing up.
Because, like, it finally got to a point in the match where the only time that D'Lo and Striker spoke was kind of when Morrow cut to them. Was he would say something? He's like, Kenny Omega, like he just had the V trigger for the third time. Like, what does something like that feel like, D'Lo? And then D'Lo's like, oh man, I've been needing the face many times in my career, and like it felt like that was some of the only times that they were like cutting. But I mean, saying that, and Jesus, we have like a lot of times of me criticizing Morrow and his commentary. So other than that, there's not that I can really diss here. I'm not gonna lie. Like, he called this match like a match. Didn't need to feel the need to constantly churn out all these bullshit references and all that stuff. All the stuff that I hated, he kept to a minimum, a very, very much minimum, as opposed to like churning out about 100 stupid ass references, and about 99% of them I didn't get because I'm not into pop culture. But again, the only other criticism was he did speak over D'Lo and Striker a lot, but still, you know what? He done good with what he did.
Do you think that he'll be back in Impact in the future?
See if he's brought in to do main events and only main events. I wouldn't be opposed to that, to be honest. I'm going to be a bit nicer here and say I wouldn't be opposed to that. Because, again, this is one of these kind of... I mean, I don't think he broke out on Mamma Mia during this match, or if he did, it was once and not for every minor dive to the outside, which he done in NXT constantly. And that's the kind of things of... by the end of his NXT run, it felt like he needed to do that about 3 times every match. And that was, again, one of the other things that became really grating was like, oh, there's a dive to the outside. Mamma mia! And it's like, you've seen about 8 dives to the outside in this one show. Like, do you really need to mamma mia that? But no, like I'll absolutely eat a bit of crow because I was dreading this, and to be honest, he done a pretty decent job.
Right, well, let's get into the rest of the match now that you've gave Morrow his praise.
See, look, come on. I'm just that little smidgen of a changed person. I'm not really.
You really are this episode?
Sometimes being that angry and negative isn't it always the best thing?
I mean, it's a fucking miracle. Like in the same episode, you've praised both Morrow and Ortiz.
I suppose.
I like happy Griz.
Believe me, I'm far from happy, but I don't know, maybe you just caught me on a decent day. Right, so the first kind of note that I have here is Matt Striker starts listing other world champions that are going on right now. But he lists one person, and I have no fucking clue who it is. So he makes a list of Ospreay, Fatu, Rush, or even Bobby were the people that he listed. But he also listed Seguana or Seguama. I was like, who the fuck is that? So I even started looking to CMLL and AAA, and I could not find out who the fuck this random person was that he mentioned. Like, who the fuck is Seguama? I may be pronouncing it wrong, but I cannot think for the life of me because I'm rifling through every major promotion because you got Ospreay, New Japan, Fatu, NLW, Roosh, Ring of Honor, Bobby Lashley, WWE. Also, no love for Roman, which was a bit of an upset, but who the hell was Seguama? Because I looked for AAA, and they say that the Mega Champion is essentially the AAA World Championship, which is obviously Kenny Omega. So it can't be him. Ultimo Guerrero is the CMLL World Champion right now, so it's not him. Like, what other companies are there? Who the hell's Seguama?
I'm having a wee look through it to see.
Because
Suwama.
Maybe?
All Japan.
All Japan? Like,
EJPW.
That's really random.
Well, All Japan's one of your big 3 in Japan.
I suppose.
New Japan, and All Japan.
Yeah, I guess. It's just I don't know. It felt so weird. I was like, who is that person? I've never heard of that person. But well, at least there was some sort of confirmation.
Well, while I'm looking through this list of current holders of world or major championships, it still has Taya Valkyrie down as the Reina de Reinas AAA champion.
Well, she's clearly going to get stripped of that.
See?
Is there anybody else of note? Why don't you enlighten us with a couple of other champions right now?
Also, All Japan Pro Wrestling, we've not seen him since, the first week of Dynamite. Sema is the current junior heavyweight champion there. Just going through it, he's like... AAA tag champs are the Lucha Brothers. Chris Adonis is the North American, is that the NWA? I think it's the North American or the TV. Do I think it's the... I don't know what one, but it says here that Chris Adonis is the secondary champion in NWA. Princesa Sukhit, she was in the Mae Young Classic, wasn't she?
Princesa what?
Princesa Sukhit. Sughit. She might have wrestled under another name. I'm sure she was the one that beat Kaylee Ray in the first round.
Well, what champion is she?
She's the women's champion and CMLL.
Oh, is she one of those terrible people? Also, yes, I will admit I was out of the room, but I had my headphone in. So, yeah, Chris Masters, or Chris Adonis, is the North American champion in NWA.
So have they got rid of the TV title in NWA since Zicky Dice
No.
He's no longer with the company?
No, the TV title's still there. The Pope has it now.
It's just because he's not on this list of NWA champions.
That's really strange.
Well, they have...
he just beat...
Tag champs.
They have new tag champs?
Aaron Stevens and...
Kratos?
Yeah, Kratos from New Japan Strong.
Yeah, they've been champs for a little while. Clearly this is not an updated list.
Yeah.
Because I've been watching Power since it came back, but I have not been following those weird pay-per-views that have had NWE matches, so I'm a bit kind of out of the loop and just trying to join back in the Power's back. But Trevor Murdoch was the North American champion going into Power, or he went into the pay-per-view, defended the title against Adonis, retained, and then on Power, after the match, Adonis attacked him, and so Trevor was like, right, look, I will give you any match that you want, and I will defend this belt against you. So they had a no-holds-barred match, which Adonis won. So Adonis is the new champ, and he's kind of now part of Strictly Business, which is
This faction.
Aldous is stable with
Ram and Camille.
Yeah, Tom Latimer, as he's known as now. But Bram, yes.
Because that's his shoot name.
Yeah, his real ski name.
But even, I know him, and I always just call him Bram.
I know, I suppose.
He'll always be Bram to me.
Yeah. I suppose it probably would be to a lot of people.
When I call him that, he doesn't get pissy or anything. He just answers and talks away. I know it doesn't. I know he doesn't seem like it, but he is literally one of the nicest guys.
Well, at least he's nice to some people. Anyway, nevertheless, I mean, I say that he wasn't not nice to me, but he was a bit dismissive while I was talking to someone that I've been a pal with for a while, and then she started dating him, and she was like, "Oh, this is my pal Griz," and da 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 da, and then he was like, "Oh, all right," and I was like, "Oh, can I get you a drink?" It's like, "Oh yeah, red stripe," and then he just turned his back and started talking to Jester and all that, and then like when I ordered the drinks, he just turned around and grabbed his red stripe and then turned back around and was like, cheers. So yeah, nevertheless. So we get
if we could all get along, but hey ho hum.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna really take that as if I can and whatever. So let's get into the match. Like now that I've done everything I need to do, I've refilled the drink, I have defueled everything else. So we end up out of the ring, like quite early on in the match, and Omega flips Swan up, and it's clear that he was meant to do the whole springboard off the ropes thing and come back down, but something happened where he just sprung up, and then his arms just gave out, and he just crashed right in the top of his head.
I liked this. I thought this was really cool. The kayfabe reason behind what happened was he didn't have as much momentum, so he essentially gave himself a pile driver on the apron.
Which he didn't, because like you could see that he absolutely didn't. Like he just stopped in midair.
Aye, but if he had more momentum, then he would have bounced off the ropes.
Yeah, exactly.
So if he'd stopped, then obviously he didn't have enough momentum to keep going.
Yeah. It was slower probably than what was meant to be for him to execute the maneuver.
Yeah, you could also look at it as Kenny sort of knows his routine.
Ah.
If I give him a proper fucking launch, he's going to bounce back and catch me.
So I'll do it slower.
Aye. So if I half-arse it, he's not going to get as much momentum, and he can deal with the consequences.
Yeah, and he'll crumple.
He essentially gave himself a pile driver on the apron.
And considering I've seen Swan do something like that before in a PWG match where there was a dance-off and he was doing a dance and then just bushed and they essentially pile drove himself into the mat once. It was the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. So back in the ring a little bit later on, Swan counters the Crusher. Kenny does a back kick, and then no, Kenny does not do a back kick. Swan counters the Crusher, Kenny does, and back kicks Omega square in the nose, and you can see the way that like Omega grabs his face, like even throughout the pin, he's grabbing his face, and he's like, uh-oh. And I think there was a moment where Omega's like, oh my god, is my nose broken? Omega then tries to powerbomb Swan off the top rope, and then Swan kind of just falls off as he flips Omega over, and Omega lands horribly, thankfully just getting out of landing on his neck. Swan then hits a splash for a 2 count. The V-trigger and the one-winged angel attempt, but Swan slips out. This is the part where I mentioned that Morrow just doesn't let Striker or D'Lo get a word in. Omega goes for a top roped one-winged angel. Swan slips out and Omega just falls off the ropes because Swan was out of position. So this was the point where I was like, stop trying moves from the top rope because this just isn't working. You tried two moves off of like literally the top rope, like with both of you balancing on the top, and they both fucked up. Stop trying it. This is the kind of point where Hebner couldn't make it more obvious what was about to happen as he stands literally right next to Omega as Swan goes for his cutter. What a surprise! Kenny Omega pulls Hebner right in front of the cutter. Aubrey comes in as the ref as Kenny Omega tries to use a chair, but she takes it away. Then she just kind of bounces out the ring. Swan with the cutter and gets one as Kenny Omega tries to counter back with a roll up, gets two. Swan with the trust kick and the Phoenix Splash. I guess that's his sort of back heel kick. And the Phoenix Splash attempt, but gets V-trigger. Swan carries the one-winged angel again, but eats some suplex for it. And then there's a series of V-triggers. The third starts to come, but Swan collapses. Swan tries to fight back, but there's another V-trigger with Kenny's whole body weight behind it. Swan tries to fight back again with a suplex. He goes for this Phoenix Splash, which misses again. Yet another V-trigger, and the one-winged angel connects. 1, 2, 3, and we have a new Impact World Champion.
Yeah. Kenny has all the belts.
Kenny 4 belts. And then, just as a little smidgen more on the, I think it was the Impact or AEW, they may have both shared it for the whole promotion thing. There was a video of Good Brothers, Omega, and Dawn after the fact, with Kenny Omega kind of alluding to the fact that he's not done.
No.
And he has an eye on another world champion. Who's it going to be?
Well, my first guess would probably be Rush.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't see them doing anything with MLW.
That would be a bit odd.
But to be fair though, Jacob Fatu has been their best champion, and he's held the belt since, I want to say, the end of 2018.
Fucking A, man. I didn't realize he had it that long.
It was the end of it was either the end of 2018 or the beginning of 2019. I might be wrong, but he's been MLW heavyweight champion for a long time.
Yeah.
And there's nobody on the roster that's anywhere near taking that belt from him.
What about Mil Muertes?
He has his eyes on another championship.
The mid heavyweight title.
Yeah, he's got his eyes on Hammerstone.
Hammerstone.
But who's also been champion for fucking ages.
I love the fact that I've seen Hammerstone wrestle live before he was famous.
He's only got better. I didn't really rate him at all because he was part of MGF's faction in MLW.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, he was kind of just like the muscly guy with no brains. But since MGF left and the dynasty is basically just kind of disintegrated and he's been on his own, he's been fucking great.
Really need to try and check out MLW, especially with this, as you say, that with the whole potential of
Azteca Underground.
Yeah, I keep saying that I need to try, but the second that this comes full swing, I feel like I need to be in on this. I feel like this might be some kind of pseudo them trying to recreate season 5, but maybe just replacing some characters.
Replace all the characters?
Yeah, mostly.
Because, I mean, the current champions in fucking AEW, Matanza's dead, but you could always bring him back to life the same way you done with Dario Cueto.
Mm-hmm.
The Master works for NXT now.
Yep.
Sammy and Sonny Kiss, they're in AEW.
The former champion Penta, Phoenix.
I mean, you've still got like Aerostar and Drago jumping about.
Eva Lise has just been released from AEW.
So, do you know what? I don't even want her back in fucking. If they redo Lucha Underground, I don't want to see her back. She's fucking shite.
That's what a company that records can do for you.
Mm-hmm. Thunder Rosa, she's in NWA just now. She won't be back.
No.
Don't know what cheerleader Melissa's up to.
She could be a shit.
So she could go back to being Mariposa.
Yeah. Yeah, Jeremiah Snake is in Impact.
Aye, but you wouldn't get the reptile tribe back because the leaders are in NWA.
Well, yeah, and the other member was Luchasaurus.
Vibora. And
what was the name of the other one that got killed?
It was Vibora that got killed. Vibora got beheaded.
Was there not another guy?
Aye, there's another reptile. Pindar.
Pindar. Who was he?
I don't know if you'll know him from Lucha Underground. It was Big Bad Steve.
Big Bad Steve? From season 4?
Yeah.
The fucking trucker guy?
Big Bad Steve was Pindar.
No way. That's hilarious. Because Big Bad Steve is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. It was like, he's Big Bad Steve. And just some random trucker wanders out like, meh.
I'm honestly surprised that I've not seen Famous B pop up anywhere else.
Yeah, like he could have really ran with that same gimmick, like anywhere.
Famous B was fucking great. Oh, there's another guy, Tejano.
Wait,
he's not.
Tejano. Oh, I'm blanking.
The cowboy.
Oh yeah, Tejano, fucking hell, man. I assume he's down in Mexico.
Yeah, he was the AAA champion for like 2 years
Mega
before
champion.
Del Rio beat him for it.
Yeah.
And supposedly he's making a return to wrestling.
Tejano was an Impact for a little period as well.
Yeah, when they done the AAA crossover, because you also had folk like Psycho Cloud and Drago and Aerostar were an Impact for a bit as well. I mean, you won't get Sexy Star back because, I mean, she's been blackballed from literally everything.
Alright, too right, you fucking bitch.
There's not a lot of people left from the original cast that you could get back, either with contracts or just the fact that no one will touch them with a fucking 60 million foot barge pole.
One person we're gonna forgetting is King Cuerno.
Oh, fucking Druggy McDruglord.
Oh fuck! Oh god, he's Santos Escobar, isn't he?
Yeah, Druggy McDruglord, aye.
Son of a bitch. Well, never mind.
Even the White Rabbit's in NXT.
Yeah, fuck. That was cross. I mean, you've got potentially Paul London.
Yeah, you could get Repulsa back.
Who was his partner? Was that Repulsa?
No, Repulsa ended up teaming with Marty the Moth after he done Mariposa.
So who was Repulsa?
Chelsea Green.
No, what I was going to say was who was the fucking dumbass morph suit person that hung about with Paul London?
Oh, no, you're asking. It wasn't.
Oh, here we go. The Lucha Underground cast has started.
Oh, you've fucked me here, Griz. Give me a wee second.
Because I can't think. I feel like it's somebody else that was on the card that got killed off. I feel like it's somebody like fucking one of the like the cop, the cop that was undercover that teamed with Joey Ryan. What was his name?
It wasn't Cisco.
It was the other one. Wait, was it?
Yeah.
Because it was Mr. Cisco.
Cortez Castro.
I feel like did he not play the morph character?
No, the only other character he played was Veneno. It was like a spider. But if you give me a wee second, I will tell you the name of the other guy and the.
Can you tell how much we fucking love and miss Lucha Underground on this podcast? But the fact that like it feels as if like any time that we bring up Lucha Underground, we talk about this like to no end. I think it's pretty much set in stone that we should do an offshoot Lucha Underground podcast. Considering the whole thing is done now, that I think this is kind of a thing that needs to happen.
Saltador.
So that was his name. Was that his name in the White Rabbit tribe?
Yes. It was two other wrestlers in Lucha Underground.
Okay.
Oh. No. Mala Suerte is ringing a bell as well for the White Rabbit tribe.
I feel like Saltador got like kind of killed off, and Malas Verte, where you're saying is kind of got replaced with him. He
If,
filled
if,
in the
if,
gap.
if it is Saltador, he was also El Mariachi Loco.
Okay, well, he was a minor character.
Yeah, he was kind of like their version of El Desperado.
Mhm.
And he was also El Sinestro de la Muerte.
Okay, I don't remember how that is.
He was
A druid, by the sounds of things.
one of the trio that sort of seconded
Yes, the random three fucking goons.
El Muertes. Aye.
Yes, and yeah, and they killed all of them. I remember those.
Aye, because you had El Sinestro, you had Barrio Negro was another one, and what was the last one's name? I think that one's Mala Suerte.
Kennis is about right. Going from the name.
You know what? We'll just need to go back and watch every episode.
Okay, I'm in. Let's do it.
We'll just need to do it.
Well, that's happening. There we go. We're going turning heel retro in the future, and we will be reviewing Lucha Underground. It's happening now. It's official. It's on record.
Yep, turning underground.
Oh, it's happening now, brother.
Yep,
Well,
and everything.
yeah, I think we should. Well, because Taco is getting all up in my grill about not being appreciated, so I think we should end this one for what it is.
Yep. So let me. I need to do my exercises here.
La 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 la.
Me. Right. Hey. Ho, ho.
Hey. See ya later. I can't hit pause. Taco, get the fuck out of the way. God damn it.
Well, I don't think he's that bad of a guy.
No, he's fan all over the laptop. There we go. Yes. No, wait, that's not. Hold on. What am I doing? I've lost. How do I fucking hang up?
Remember, you can follow us on Twitter and Facebook at Heel Podcast. And also, don't forget, you can hear our archives on the World Wide Web at heelpodcast.co.uk. Well, that's all, folks. So long. Have a good day.